Testing. 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 Testing.
Testing. Testing. Testing. Testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
We're live on YouTube.
Welcome to council, everyone. We've got our Mayor for a Day winner, Lisa Hopper, who is here today to open our council meeting. So I'll pass it over to her to do the opening of the meeting. Mayor for a Day.
I acknowledge with respect that we are in Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory, that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and known as the Powhatan. Powhatan is the home of Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council.
And Elise is a grade 5 student at École des Rapides, and she is going to, she submitted amongst many submissions that were received by my office, a reason on why she wanted to be Mayor for a Day, which she's going to take us through now. Elise?
A mayor's job. What I think a mayor does on a workday is check with communicators to help with citizens. A mayor's job is to help people out. He listens to people clearly and tries to find the best solution for a problem. I think a mayor fills in paperwork to help the city become a better place. I think I would make a good mayoress because I listen to people. I try to find solutions to help people, and I know I would have good ideas. In my opinion, a mayoress should have an optimistic attitude because trying to find solutions is tough. I also have a need for everything to be fair, and I won't stop until I find a solution that works for everybody. A mayoress should be kind, but not a pushover. They have to know when to say no if it helps our beautiful city. I would implement in the city ways to try and even out the playing field. Not everybody is as privileged as I am. I would try my best to make sure to keep everything affordable for people who may not have the same advantages as us. I would make sure sick people go to the hospital and that hungry people eat. I would try my best to give more affordable housing, even knowing that would take work and make changes in our economy. What I like most about Sault Ste. Marie is the people. I wake up every morning thinking about the wonderful day that's ahead of me. The people here are the most precious thing of this beautiful town. Whenever I'm out, people are passing by my house, stopping to say hello. Everyone here works so hard, it's incredible. I love every corner of every street, every inch of grass. I love Sault Ste. Marie inside and out. All in all, I think I would make a fantastic mayoress because I'm a hard worker. I love helping people out and being there for people. It feels amazing when you solve a really hard problem knowing the results will be fantastic. I think I would be a good mayoress because I love Sault Ste. Marie and I love seeing it improve. Thank you for listening. Madam Clerk?
Under agenda item 2, I have a motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy, resolved that the minutes of May 13, 2024 meeting, June 3, 2024 special council meeting, and June 3, 2024 joint council meeting be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
Under agenda item 4, declaration of pecuniary interest, Mayor Shoemaker has declared with respect to application AH24HP Huron Street and with respect to, because the applicant is a client of the law firm, also with respect to the parking agreement with the North Shore Tribal Council and Social Services and the associated bylaw as one of the parties to the agreement is a client of the law firm. And Councillor Dufour has declared with respect to the parking agreement and associated bylaw as he is an employee of the DSAP. Under agenda item 5, I have a motion by Councillors Spina and Scott, resolved that the agenda for June 24, 2024 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
There were a number of honorable mentions in the Mayor for a Day contest. And so with Mayor Elise, I'm going to invite them up and we've got some gift bags to send home with them. So we've got Renee Poirier, grade 5 student at Northern Heights Public School. Rory, sorry. Rory. We'll do one photo when everybody's up here. We've got Madeline Tonin, grade 5 student at St. Paul's Catholic School. We've got Manaz Umragar, grade 6 student at Holy Cross Catholic School. And we've got Maxwell McMaster, grade 5 student at Queen Elizabeth Public School. Madeline McLean, who's a grade 6 student at Northern Heights Public School, wasn't able to attend tonight, but congratulations to her as well. And this is the probably the 2039, 2040 city council standing here in front of us. So we will get a group shot together if everybody wants to come in. On Max, there we go. Oh, hang on one sec. Thank you, everybody. Council, we've got, we're going to bring up a matter on the agenda for approval at the beginning of the meeting. Oh, no, we're going to go to planning, sorry. Still getting used to the change in schedule. Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
And I'm in conflict on this item, so I will vacate the chair. Thank you.
Application AH24HP, 10 Huron Street, 0 Huron Street, 29 Bay Street, a removal of holding provision. Have a motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy resolved that the report of the Director of Planning dated June 24, 2024 concerning AH24HP be received and that council postpone this application to the August 15, 2024 council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chinazzo, given this is a postponement, do you need to add anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I think it's pretty
Okay.
self-explanatory.
Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone here to speak opposed to the application? Are there any questions from any members of council? Seeing none, all in favor? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Council, we're going to move up the 8.1, I believe it is on the agenda.
Agenda item 8.1.1. There is a council report with respect to the appointment of the Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services and the associated bylaw. The motion by councillors Spina and Gardy resolved that bylaw 2024-104, being a bylaw to appoint Brent Lamming as Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services, be passed in open council this 24th day of June, 2024.
Council, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Lamming.
Will bring us to agenda item 6.2, the long-term financial plan. And Sean Michael Stephen, the managing partner, Watson and Associates Economics Limited, is on the call, I understand.
Welcome to council, Mr. Stevens.
Term financial plan. And Sean Michael Stephen, the managing partner, Watson and Associate Economics Limited, is on the call, I understand.
Welcome to council, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
We are in your hands, Mr. Stevens. There seems to be a bit of feedback. We can hear ourselves talking back to us. But
On the call, I understand.
Is there a YouTube feed you're watching?
Oh,
You have to turn that off.
there we go.
I apologize for that. I forgot that was on.
Some people call this an echo chamber, but that's usually not quite that bad. So we are in your hands with the long-term financial plan.
Great, thank you. I believe the presentation will be shared on your end, or do you want me to take control of that?
Madam Deputy Clerk, we have it being pulled up right now.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, great. So, yeah, again, thank you for having me here this evening, and looking forward to the opportunity to reviewing with you the outputs of the long-term financial plan that we've been working through with staff over the past number of months in a fair amount of detail. And I would certainly like to thank city staff, primarily in finance, but from across the organization in terms of their engagement and significant inputs that they had into the development of the long-term financial plan. On the following slide, just to highlight the overall objectives of the plan, which was developed for the tax supported services only, so excluding the water and wastewater costs, operating capital for those services within the city. The objectives were to look at first understanding what the anticipated growth and development is in the city over the forecast period, and for that anticipated development, understanding what are the anticipated impacts on the city's annual costs, both from an operating and capital standpoint, to continue to provide services to new development at the desired service levels. With respect to the capital infrastructure and expenditure requirements, looking at the sustainability of those funding sources, including assessing policies for the accumulation of reserves and reserve funds for future service sustainability, as well as the impacts on the city's need to utilize debt, and the impacts on those annual debt servicing costs on the provincial and internal borrowing limits that are in place. And then ultimately for that forecast development and expenditure forecast, look at what that means in terms of the forecast increase in the tax levy, impacts on annual tax rate increases, as well as some other key performance indicators. And one of the other items we'll address through as I go through an overview of the plan is some of the external financial risks that we highlighted in terms of changes in the pace of growth that are highlighted in terms of a base and low growth scenario analysis, as well as the component of the funding sources that are as a result of external funding sources and not within the city's control. Next slide, please. So firstly, in terms of the anticipated growth and development in the city, that's been assessed for two main reasons. One is additional population employment growth does have an impact on the demand for services, but as well that has an impact on the property assessment based within the city, for which is the basis for recovery the majority of your revenue through property taxation, as you'd be well aware. So the forecast growth was premised on the city's population, housing, and employment projections that were prepared in 2018, updating those for 2021 census data. And looking at that for, as I mentioned, for a base and low growth scenario, with the base growth forecast being tied to the annual growth in that in those forecasts, which would result in about 0.8% year-over-year annual population and employment growth. But within those projections, what was included was a fairly notable uptick in the pace of development after 2026. And so to assess the impact of the growth continuing to occur at the slower pace that was identified over the 2024 to 2026 period, what those impacts would have on the overall financial plan. And so as noted here, that would be a slower year-over-year pace of growth of about 0.4% population employment growth. And then the table below, based on that anticipated population employment growth and the resulting built forms in terms of the residential units by type, as well as the non-residential gross floor area, we've looked at what is the typical property assessment within the city for those different built forms to forecast what the future property assessment would be overall in the city, taking into account the city's current taxation ratios by tax class. And what that shows is on the top half of the table under the base growth forecast is that the total weighted assessment across the city would increase from about $8.7 billion to about $9.4 billion, or about 1.1% annual increases over that period. And with the lower pace of growth under the low growth forecast, we would see a 0.5% annual increase in total weighted assessment. Next slide, please. Moving on to the anticipated capital expenditures to provide services as the city grows. The expenditures have been based on detailed discussions with staff, as well as the city's 2024 capital budget and forecast, and as well as looking at other service level improvements, including the city's solid waste business implementation plan. When looking at how those future needs will be funded, those are summarized in the table on the slide. And when considering those external funding sources, including the gas tax and other funding sources like OSIF and other grants, the total annual capital expenditures, which are about $40 million on average over that period, would have a fairly notable external funding source with about 36% of those annual capital costs, or around $15 million per year, being funded from those external sources. And that's notable because that actually represents about 10% of the annual net levy funding requirement year over year. So to the extent there are changes to those external funding sources, that could have a significant impact on the city's ability to continue to meet those long-term forecasted annual capital expenditures. Other than those external funding sources, the remainder of the forecast capital expenditures would be funded through transfers from reserves at about $25.8 million on average per year, and no additional long-term debt funding has been identified in the long-term financial plan. Next slide, please. So then, in terms of the net levy forecast and the forecast operating expenditures, firstly, in terms of the forecast operating expenditures and revenues, those have been identified by looking at the various departments and divisions across the city, how those operating costs are currently informed, and what would drive those costs in the future. And for the most part, looking at whether any increases in costs would be as a result of population employment growth, or for those more program related operating expenditures, while others being more infrastructure related. So if we consider the cost of maintaining and operating certain facilities, those costs would remain relatively constant, subject to inflationary increases, unless there is additional facility space added. So looking at different drivers for how those costs may increase, as well as also recognizing that certain areas, such as your Parks and Recreation Department, for example, are going to be more tied directly to growth in the city in terms of those programming impacts, while other costs like general administration costs of the organization are not going to increase at the same rate as new development. There are going to be some economies of scale there in terms of your corporate administration costs. When looking at the other component of the annual operating costs being transfers to reserves, those are based on the long-term capital funding plan, as well as ensuring that there are transfers to reserves to move towards long-term life cycle funding levels. And I'll discuss that a little bit further on the next slide. And the last component being, the annual debt repayment costs associated with your existing long-term debt, committed long-term debt that you have forthcoming, as well as repayment of internal debt. And so overall, what this shows is that when we look at the operating costs, excluding any capital-related items like transfers to reserves and long-term debt, we would see under the base growth scenario about a 3.6% year-over-year increase in those operating costs, and that's inclusive of inflationary increases. And while in the low growth scenario, slightly lower year-over-year increase, about 3.4% per year. So under the base scenario, those costs increase from about $175 million to $233 million per year. When we look at the capital-related operating expenditures, we can see that the transfers to reserves would increase from about $19 million per year to about $45 million per year by the end of that forecast period. And that represented about a $26 million increase in total over that period. Then lastly, in terms of the long-term debt servicing costs, those would remain relatively constant at $3 million per year, as none of that debt would be retired over that period. And then the internal debt repayment costs would decrease, however, over that period, decreasing from about $1.7 million to $1.2 million. So in total, annual operating costs increasing by about 4.5% per year under the base scenario, slightly lower 4.3% year-over-year increase under the low growth scenario. Then the last component that feeds into that annual net levy requirement would be the non-tax revenues annually, so largely your fees and charges revenues, and those will be increasing at with inflation, as well as growth in the underlying population employment base, would result in about 2% increase in those revenue sources year over year. And so in total, when we look at the net levy requirement that would be funded through taxes, just under $143 million in 2024, increasing by about 5.3% per year to $216 million by 2032, slightly lower 5.1% annual increase under the low growth scenario because of that lower population and employment growth. And the last thing I think to note when looking at that increase in the net levy over that forecast period is that the largest driver to that is actually the increase in transfers to reserves to have a sustainable funding source for your future capital need. And that $26 million increase actually representing about 36% of the total increase in the net levy over that forecast period. So then on the next slide, looking at the reserve and reserve fund policies, what we discussed with staff was that looking at the various capital reserves that are in place that are available to meet your long-term asset management plan needs, as well as other service-specific capital reserves for things like fleet and equipment, looking at a policy to ensure that the target reserve fund balance is sufficient to meet your long-term capital needs. And that was designed by looking at a target reserve fund balance of about 2% of total asset value for those tax-based services that the plan relates to. And so that would see your your general capital reserves increasing from just under $13 million currently to $65 million by 2032, after accounting for the funding of the capital program, which was about $40 million per year over that period.
Mr. Stevens, I'll just get you to stick a little bit more closely to the time frame that we had allocated to you. But you're giving us good info, but we have all read the report. So just a very high level scan of this, so we have time to ask you questions as well.
Absolutely, apologize. So then just to highlight in terms of the debt utilization, what's noted here, they've been aware of in the report, is that even with no additional debt included in the long-term financial plan, only including those committed debt payments, what this would show is that in 2025 and 2026, you would increase slightly beyond your current internal debt servicing limit of 5% of own source revenues. And so this long-term financial plan would require an extension of that policy based on what's identified here. On the next slide, just to tie in that annual increase in the net levy to what this means in terms of average annual tax rate increases, when we tie in the forecast in total weighted assessment growth each year. So as we saw earlier, under the base growth scenario, about 5.3% year-over-year increase in that levy, when that's offset slightly by the increase in the property assessment over that period of 1%, that results in an average annual tax rate increase under the base growth scenario of about 4.2%. Under the lower growth scenario, where you have lower assessment growth, that would be a slightly higher year-over-year increase in the tax rate of 4.6%. And so lastly, on the next slide, then, just to time what that means in terms of some of the key performance indicators that we did look at. So on the bottom portion of this slide, we did look at what the net levy per capita is currently and what that would move to under the base and low growth scenario. And so we can see that net levy per capita increasing from $1,963 to about $2,800 on average between the two scenarios represents about a 41% increase in that net levy per capita. What I think is important to note is when we look at what share of that relates to operating expenditures versus capital related items like your transfers to reserves and debt payments, is that we see that shift towards a greater portion of that being related to those transfers to capital, recognizing that this long-term financial plan is attempting to provide to close those asset management plan gaps and provide that sustainable funding source for your capital needs to maintain current service levels. And then when we just tie in that increase in the net levy per capita to what the increases would likely be in terms of average household income as well, is that the actual net levy as a percentage of average household income would actually increase by less than 70%, or sorry, less than 7%. So while a 41% increase in the overall net levy per capita, when factoring in those increases in household income at inflationary levels, about a 7% increase in the net levy per household. So I apologize for taking a bit longer on the front end. That does conclude the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions there are.
Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would think probably to Ms. Shell. Regarding the transfer to reserves going up such a significant amount, has there been any discussion, especially in terms of the asset management and the needs moving forward when we're looking at over 11% increase?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, yes, the reserves take into consideration all of our requirements, whether it be the asset management plans, et cetera. Some of them have not been finalized yet. So this is a living document. We will be updating it with the changes in the asset management plans as well as with the strat plans so that we can kind of see what the forecast looks like and council can provide direction or staff will make recommendations as to different scenarios that may be recommended.
Thank you.
Other councillors with questions? Mr. Stevens, you've got two growth scenarios forecasted into your report, the base growth scenario that shows that by 2032, the population would grow in that scenario to 77,876. And then a low growth scenario where you've got a projected increase in population in 2032 to 74,802. Most recent StatScan data that has been released shows our population this year is at 78,500. So we are far exceeding those growth projections. So what does that do to the required increases to achieve, long-term financial sustainability?
Sorry, just to clarify, are you referring to the 2021 census putting you over that number?
So the StatScan has released some interim data this year showing our population at 78,500.
Yeah, so what that would mean in terms of this plan, I think it's probably best interpreted in terms of when we look at the relationships there between the high and low growth scenario, or the base and low growth scenario in the plan. And what we saw through discussions with staff is that with the level of growth that was being anticipated, is there wasn't a significant need for really additional growth related infrastructure that would be required, as there, at least on the tax-based services, there weren't significant roads or other facility needs that were being driven by this level of growth. And so if that assumption maintains with a higher pace of development, then additional growth should actually be beneficial to your long-term financial plan in terms of providing, and the assumption being here is that additional population growth is commensurate with additional property development and not just higher occupancy of existing dwelling units. So if that higher population growth is commensurate with higher amount of development, and therefore property assessment growth, that would have a positive impact on the overall financial picture. However, at some point, if your growth is going to continue to accelerate in that fashion, the capital needs would need to be, revisited, as Michelle identified with the living document, in terms of, are there additional growth related capital infrastructure impacts here that need to also come into play?
Right. So higher growth in residential developments and in population, if it doesn't kind of expand the need for municipal services beyond what's estimated within here, means, lower tax increases.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you. Council, other questions? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
A motion by Councillor Spina and Scott, resolved that the report of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer dated June 24, 2024 concerning long-term financial plan be approved.
All in favor? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
You're very welcome.
And that will bring us to agenda item 6.3, Community Risk Assessment and Fire Master Plan Update. Suzanne Charbonneau-Dent of Tayport Limited is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. Charbonneau-Dent.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight to discuss the Sault Ste. Marie Community Risk Assessment Fire Master Plan update. Preparing a community risk assessment, or a CRA, is now a legislated requirement in Ontario. Ontario Regulation 37818, community risk assessments found under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, or FPPA, requires that all municipalities in Ontario develop a community risk assessment and use it to inform decisions about the provision of fire protection services, as well as review it annually and update it every 5 years or as needed. The legislation came into effect on July 1st, 2019, and compliance is required by July 1st, 2020. The city is currently in compliance with its comprehensive risk assessment completed in 2019 and our current project work updating the data and structure. Within the fire service, CRAs are recognized as a tool to help the city identify its local needs and circumstances, which is wording from the municipal responsibilities for fire services within the FPPA. The methodology applied to prepare a CRA is provided within the Office of the Fire Marshal's Technical Guideline 02-2019. Our team's approach is also informed by supporting documents like the National Fire Protection Association or NFPA standards, as well as Vision 2020 resources, and consideration of the Fire Marshal's comprehensive fire safety effectiveness model. Slide, please. Our team is working with the Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services Management Team to review the identified key risks and key findings and draft community risk assessment report. We are conducting a site visit this week to initiate the fire master planning phase of the project. This includes conducting an in-depth stakeholder consultation program involving interviews and meetings with fire services personnel and municipal staff. To inform the FMP update, we also toured existing fire station facilities, including the trading area and administrative areas, which also provided an opportunity to review the existing apparatus and equipment. We're also reviewing the existing fire station location and deployment model with the fire services management team. Next slide. As per the community risk assessment legislation, the fire master plan update will be informed by the key risks and key findings identified in the updated CRA. This includes findings such as that Group C residential occupancies comprise 95.25% of the occupied property stock and were associated with 77.4% structure fires within the city, and the most reported fire-related civilian injuries at 49 and fatalities at 6 from 2018 to 2022. These occurred in residential occupancies. The city has 51 buildings identified as per the Ontario Building Code as high-rise buildings. There are also 40 registered vulnerable occupancies within the city. And seniors aged 65 and over are considered to represent one of the highest fire risk groups across the province based on the residential fire death rate. According to the 2021 census, seniors represent 24.67% of the city of Sault Ste. Marie's total population. Slide, please. Following our site visit this week, we will finalize the CRA draft and final reports, analyze the fire station location and emergency response scenarios using GIS-based models, consider planned growth and development to inform future station location and deployment scenarios, review and analyze all divisions of the Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services, including administration, fire prevention and public education, training, emergency management, suppression, fleet and facilities, and communications. We'll develop and present our preliminary findings to the project steering committee and prepare draft and final fire master plan reports. Next slide, please. I welcome any questions you may have.
Council questions? Councillor Caputo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you probably to Chief. As part of this plan, is there any plan to have more more to do with vacant buildings that are I guess more things that you could possibly do to prevent those vacant buildings from catching fire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, I believe that that would be part of what the risks are, identifying those risks, and through taking the findings from the risks and applying it to the plan and coming up with a plan. So once they identifies those risks, I'm certain that the consultants will develop a plan and recommendation on how we can be more involved or what we can possibly be doing to help out in that area.
Is that part of like a focus of what your consultants are looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the chief is absolutely right that something like that has had a number and an increase in incidences of fires, especially in recent time, is flagged within the community risk assessment update. And there aren't recommendations within the risk assessment. It's simply a detailed analysis of your conditions as they are. But the recommendation components come in through the master plan. And that is where we would look to, you kind of connect the dots and say what programs and services are required in order to meet your risks. And so in this case, it would be prevention and education would likely be the main focus and the main target as to how we would be able to loop back in and address it like that.
I just wonder about prevention and education in a vacant building. Like, it's been such a difficult, and I appreciate you might not have the answer to this right off the bat, but it's just very difficult to educate no one when no one is there, right? So it is a growing concern in the community. And so I hope maybe we can focus in on that portion.
Appreciate the input on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Bruni?
Just a simple question. When will this be completed fully? Will it be presented back to council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That sounds like a simple question. I don't have a simple answer for it. We are certainly working as hard and as fast as we can. The goal is to provide input for this budget cycle, upcoming budget cycle. We will have the preliminary findings brought back to the fire management team end of July, early August. And from there, we have a aim to have the draft report end of August, early September. And then the hope is to have everything back to council before the end of the year.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Suzanne. You mentioned that senior citizens are considered high risk, if I read that and heard you correctly. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is there any mention of those with accessibility difficulties? Would they also be categorized as high risk, those that may have difficulty walking or just be able to exit on their own?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly any of, there'd be a number of different types of people in the population that we would identify as being vulnerable on a fire service perspective or fire risk perspective. The statistic focused in on seniors is based on data that's been collected across the province. So there's just a trend that shows seniors at a higher risk as a group. But certainly, as you mentioned, groups with accessibility are obviously at an increased risk with challenges for evacuation when it comes to fire. And we have seen some departments build a registry to give the fire department advance notice of where these people may be living. There's also a separate piece of legislation around vulnerable sector, vulnerable occupancies, obviously. And the fire department is already meeting all the requirements there. But we don't have anything that specifically flagged a large number or a certain population within the risk assessment to date. But there are strategies that can be employed to address that risk.
Okay, I just raised this because I know that the accessibility committee has been working closely with different staff members to make sure that this group is well taken care of. However, I just think it's important that it's mentioned tonight. And I was hoping to see just like a mention of it in your report. And so hopefully as you move forward to put the plan together and work with the fire department and the rest of the staff, that this group will be looked at and we can work closer with the accessibility committee perhaps. That's all. So just wanted to make sure that it's on the radar. Thank you. That's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly work with the fire chief to be able to arrange for a conference call meeting to be looped in with the accessibility committee and have some input prior to the development of the draft or the finalization of the draft CRA as well as the development of the draft fire master plan.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Kinnick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our presenter, Suzanne. Also, just to expand on Councillor Hollingworth's questions there. So just some information for you, because you kind of touched on it already. So we do have a vulnerable persons registry list in Sault Ste. Marie. I'm not sure if you're aware. It's through the Innovation Center. And there's currently 500 people on the list. I just didn't see that in your report. I'm not sure if you knew about that. So if you'd like to reach out to them, inform me more about that. And I believe we were the first city in Ontario to have this list up and going, and it gives automated text messages and phone calls, and people can voluntarily register themselves, or adult childs can register their adult parents on there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We have been working with the Innovation Center to collect a large deal of data. I can't recall that we have specifically received that list, but knowing that it exists is helpful, and we'll be able to dig into that. Thank you.
Other questions, council? Okay. Noticed, Madam Charbonneau-Dent, that you had mentioned fire services municipal staff will be consulted in developing the comprehensive risk assessment. Is any plan to include council in that list?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is the main source of council consultation, as well as an individual interview tomorrow set up with yourself.
Okay, thank you. I can provide some of that input now because I think it's important, from the community perspective, that certainly my view, and I trust the Canvas Council on this as well. Their view would be we would not want to see the downtown fire station moved out of the downtown. I think keeping things in our downtown is a critical piece of this council's motives, is a big part of this council's motives. And so seeing any plan that would look to consolidate any fire service outside of the downtown wouldn't get my support. So I'll have more on that tomorrow, but definitely from a community feedback perspective, that would be my view, and I suspect much of council would give you something similar. Okay, Madam Clerk.
A motion by Councilors Hollingsworth and Scott, resolved that the report of the fire chief dated June 24, 2024 concerning community risk assessment update 2024 be received as information.
All in favor? That carries. Thank you, Ms. Charbonneau-Dent.
That will bring us to agenda item 6.4, the PUC group of companies report to shareholder 2023.
Welcome to council, Andy and team.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And council, certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak a few words before you today, before I turn it over to Rob. Just in case you don't know who I am, I'm Andy McPhee, and I'm the chair of the PUC Services, Inc. and PUC Inc. Board of Directors. And I think everyone knows Rob pretty well. Rob Brewer as the CEO and president. And tonight we also have some members of the PUC. PUC has always been dedicated to providing safe, reliable, efficient, and sustainable services to our customers. We understand that role we play is critical to the well-being and growth of the city of Sault Ste. Marie. It was a historic year, 2023. PUC celebrated the launch of the first community-wide smart grid in Canada, positioning PUC and Sault Ste. Marie as leaders in the rapidly evolving energy sector. PUC continued to strengthen its role as a community partner with more targeted and direct approach to corporate giving that enables us to provide more meaningful support to those in need direct. Delivering on our strategic plan, PUC also leveraged strategic partnerships to help create new opportunities to ensure, again, that Sault Ste. Marie is well equipped for the future and able to prosper. Many achievements of 2023, Rob will touch on a few more, would not have been possible without the vision and commitment of the PUC leadership team and hard work and dedication to all the employees. Also at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the important contributions of my board colleagues. Their expertise, insights, and vision were invaluable as PUC navigated through a significant year of transition and accomplishment. So I'll turn it over to Rob, who'll will detail for you, and appreciate this opportunity to be in front of mayor and council. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to council, Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andy. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight for PUC's general meeting. So I want to recognize our executive team that's here tonight, Rob Battisti, our CFO, Mark Fott, our Vice President of Services, Sarah McLeod, who's our Vice President, Culture and Brand. Joining us today as well is Katie Elliott, who's our Manager of Strategy and Brand, and Carly Walker, who's the Digital Marketing Intern. The utility industry is in a huge period of flux. And with any transition of this magnitude comes challenges, but also opportunities. So I look forward to sharing some insights into our ongoing efforts to lead through this transition, our plans for the future, and our commitment to serving the community of Sault Ste. Marie. So the highlights we share tonight are from our 2023 sustainability report, which is entitled Electrifying Changes Are Here. And that report is now up on our website for the public to view, and we would encourage everyone to take a look. PUC's vision is to improve our communities through curiosity and innovation, with a strong focus on our employees, our customers, and our shareholder. PUC is driving innovation and sustainable practices to meet the evolving needs of our customers and the demands of the changing market landscape. Let's take a look at some of the examples of how we're doing just that. So as mentioned, the energy industry is going through a major transition. We're seeing electrification from an industrial perspective, like what we're seeing at Algoma Steel. We're also seeing it on the commercial and the residential front. There's more electric vehicles on the road. There's more electric heat pump installations. There's more efficient and cost-effective use of solar. And all of these things require us to have better grid insight into what's happening on our grid. And the Sault Smart Grid, Canada's first community-wide smart grid, is that strategic framework that gives us the insight so that we can manage all of the new innovations that are coming our way that help us better serve our customers and help us grow our community. Now, in addition to providing PUC with more insights into the grid, it also addresses critical challenges of grid reliability, of carbon emissions, and of rising electricity costs. And we're already seeing the result of the smart grid, as I reported on not long ago here at Council. We're seeing a reduction in the number of customers impacted by outages. We're seeing energy savings north of the 2.7 that we'd initially estimated. And as a result of those energy savings, we're also seeing a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So I want to take a moment to thank the talented and dedicated team at PUC who really made this project come to life. And to do something of this scale, you really need a team that embraces change, that's innovative, and that works together. And I'm proud to say that we have just that at PUC. So sharing our story locally and beyond helps further position ourselves as leaders and innovators in the utility industry, which in turn helps to attract new businesses to our area. In 2023, we took the opportunity to promote PUC and the community of Sault Ste. Marie and the innovation that's taking place here on a national and even international stage. Now, already in 2024, we've told the story that PUC and Sault Ste. Marie are seeing at 6 additional conferences that have reached both national and international audiences. So the story of what's going on here in Sault Ste. Marie through this transition is being seen throughout Canada, throughout North America. In addition to speaking engagements, we're thrilled to tell our story to decision makers at all levels of government and to help build those relationships that will continue to serve us into the future. And through these visits, PUC and Sault Ste. Marie were recognized for our leadership in sustainability and in innovation. Now you see in the presentation here, there's a photo of former Minister of Energy Todd Smith with one of our employees. And as Minister Smith moves now to shift over to the education file, I want to thank him for all of his support to date and what he has done to move the sector forward. And we look forward to working together with the new Minister of Energy and Electrification, Stephen Lecce. Now you'll also see a photo of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who visited PUC for the launch of the Smart Grid. That just happened to coincide with Bring Your Kids to Work Day, which made for a really exciting day for PUC's staff and their kids. Now you can imagine the story that those kids had to tell their teachers and friends at school the next day, that not only did they get to see their mom and their dad and their grandma and grandpa at work, but heck, they got to meet the Prime Minister. And so it's certainly an exciting day for us, PUC. I also want to touch on PUC's continued leadership role in safety. Now, above all else, PUC prioritizes the well-being of our employees, of our customers, and our community. And in 2023, we remain focused on employee training internally, which continued to result in an outstanding safety record. And a huge thank you to all of the PUC employees who put safety first day in and day out. In 2023, we also turned our attention outwards. We held 47 safety awareness sessions for over 400 local contractors, introducing our successful contractor management program. And we teamed up with other local services to create a road safety awareness campaign, which has been well received by the community. And we hope will continue to provide a safe work environment for our employees in the field. As a utility company, we recognize that our young people represent the future of our community. They're the next generation of innovators and leaders in our sector. Now, they're also our future customers. As such, we're committed to investing in programs and initiatives that support their engagement in the utility industry. So a few examples of this include our Caution and Chance program, which was delivered to over 2,600 students in 30 elementary schools. We also presented or are in the process of presenting Student Safety Awards to 22 grade 8 students throughout the community to highlight their commitment to safety. We worked with local high schools to wrap safety-themed traffic boxes in the downtown core. It was a way for us to help attract or make some of our infrastructure more attractive. We also provided school tours to more than 300 students at our various locations, including at our water treatment plant and at the wastewater plants. Now, as we navigate this period of flux, we remain focused on our customers. So the individuals, the families and businesses that rely on our services every day. In 2023, we introduced the Green Button program, which is a new initiative that provides customers with greater insights into their energy usage and helps them to become more energy aware and energy efficient. We also made major investments into aging infrastructure, which included relining 2.2 kilometers of water mains. Now, by investing in aging infrastructure, PUC is directly investing into the sustainability of our community. New infrastructure improves reliability, it reduces maintenance costs, and it adds additional capacity to a now growing community. PUC is making these investments at unprecedented levels, and we're going to continue to do so for the foreseeable future. PUC supported our customers and communities in other ways in 2023. Now, as Andy mentioned in his opening remarks, our community donations are guided by a desire to make a meaningful and lasting impact on those who need it the most. So I'm proud to say that PUC supported more than 50 different causes and organizations in 2023. We do so through a donation committee who has been committed to continuing to ensure that PUC's donation dollars are making the biggest impact possible. PUC also supported the community's transition to electric vehicles in 2023. And we're committed to facilitating this transition and helping to ensure that our community is well prepared to embrace the future of transportation. In addition to our EV home charger program and our community outreach and education, we've also added 18 new EVs to our fleet. That brings us to almost 26 at this point, which is about a quarter of our entire light-duty fleet. This transition represents a significant step forward in our commitment to sustainability and to operational efficiency. By integrating EVs into our fleet, we're leading by example. We're demonstrating our dedication to a cleaner future. So before I get to the financials, I just wanted to highlight a couple significant strides that we've made in our strategic plan and how these achievements are shaping a better future for the communities we serve. Our strategic plan is the roadmap that guides our efforts to deliver reliable, sustainable, and innovative services. In 2023, we made progress towards our long-term goals by moving the needle on our strategic initiatives focused on our digital transformation, our operational planning and execution, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative, and our Strategic Growth Initiative. With respect to the financial results, I'll start with PUC Inc., which is our holdco. So as you can see, the 2023 results had income of 1.4 million, which is some of the best results that we've ever seen in PUC Inc. Combined in all the companies, it's the best results that the PUC's ever seen. On the services front, our results net income of about 1.93 million, capital expenditures of almost $3 million in services, which is primarily rejuvenating our fleet and our IT systems. Moving to PUC distribution, net income 4.4 million almost, which again is the highest that we've seen to date. But capital infrastructure investments of almost $9.3 million. That doesn't include the almost 34 million that went into the smart grid. And then on the commission front, we've got earnings of about 7.4 million reported as an annual surplus. Capital expenditures of almost 11.5 million, again, the highest to date. So what we're seeing is we're seeing some significant positive results that are allowing us to turn those funds into replacing old infrastructure and improving reliability for the community. Just want to say thanks again for the community or for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. And I'll now open it up to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Council questions? Excellent year for the PUC. We hope the trend continues in that direction. There are a number of shareholder resolutions that need to be passed, Madam Clerk.
And first of all, I've got the motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Scott, resolved that City Council is now authorized to meet in open session as the sole shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc. And further be it resolved that City Council appoints Mayor Matthew Shoemaker as council's proxy to vote on the resolutions of the shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc.
All in favor? That carries.
Just read the resolutions of the shareholder. So a resolution of the shareholder of PUC Inc. Financial statements, be it resolved that the financial statements of PUC Inc. for the fiscal year ended on December 31, 2023, together with the report of the auditors thereon as placed before the undersigned are hereby approved. Be it resolved that the firm of KPMG Chartered Accountants is hereby appointed auditor of the corporation until the close of the next annual meeting of the shareholder or until their successors are duly appointed at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors being hereby authorized to fix such remuneration. Be it resolved that the following individual is recommended for appointment for a 3-year term. Isla Watson is recommended for appointment to commence a second 3-year term on the board. Board members currently within their term limits are Andy McPhee, Elaine Pitcher, Bob Giroux, Scott Seabrook, Carla Barone, and Paul Skeggs. And a resolution of the shareholder of PUC Services Inc. Be it resolved, financial statements of PUC Services Inc. for the fiscal year ended on December 31, 2023, together with the report of the auditors thereon as placed before the undersigned are hereby approved. Be it resolved that the firm of KPMG Chartered Accountants is hereby appointed auditor of the corporation until the close of the next annual meeting of the shareholder or until their successors are duly appointed at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors being hereby authorized to fix such remuneration. And be it resolved that the following individual is recommended for appointment for a 3-year term. Isla Watson is recommended for appointment to commence a second 3-year term on the board. Board members currently within their term limits are Andy McPhee, Elaine Pitcher, Bob Giroux, Scott Seabrook, Carla Barone, and Paul Skeggs.
Council, any direction on how I should vote this? If we're in the affirmative, can we raise our hand? Okay, well, I will vote all of those resolutions, Madam Clerk, in the affirmative. Thank you, Council.
And agenda item 6.5 is physician recruitment, but I don't believe that Dr. Heinzman was able to get here until 6:30.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer and the PUC team. I believe, Madam Clerk, that would bring us to the matter for which there's a number of people here in the gallery for. Which is,
So agenda item 8.3.1 is a parking agreement with North Shore Tribal Council and Social Services. It's a report of the Director of Community Services and Director of Planning, and there is an associated bylaw 2024-96.
which, Madam Clerk, I've declared a conflict, so I'll ask Councillor Spina as the acting mayor to take the chair.
And we have had two requests to delegate, and the first is Joe Fertese.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor and members of council. When I received notice that I could speak this evening, I was told that the procedural bylaw limits presentations to 3 minutes. So my first request to you is you have leeway in that same procedural bylaw to extend or variate from that time. I'd be hard pressed to condense into 3 minutes what needs to be said in respect to a fairly significant request and report that you have before you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazee, and welcome back to council. Certainly, we do have a little bit of leeway there for folks. However, I will ask you to be concise in your comments. And
I will.
ask you-
I think all of us want to go tonight and cheer.
Yes, thank you. I'll finish up here. I'll ask you to be concise.
Get
and
out of here
keep
as
to the
quickly as
point.
possible.
Keep to the matter that's on the agenda. Thank you.
How did we get here? This matter is before you this afternoon because of a change in position by the DSAB and the Housing Corporation and their request to be exempt from their previous commitments to the city and the downtown to follow the rules that everyone else has to follow with respect to parking. Notwithstanding the city's position, which is to encourage a critical reuse of an existing building in our downtown, the DSAB made the decision that the old social services building no longer served its purposes and that putting an addition or doing renovations just not feasible. The DSAB bought the old funeral home property next door and decided it would be best to tear the old building down, the old social services building down, and build a new one on the funeral home site. The DSAB applied for a building permit, and as a condition of that permit being issued, the DSAB committed to tear down the old building and use the land and parking lot that it owned across the street and on the other side of the restaurant, which did support parking for the old building, to satisfy the bylaw requirements of parking for the new building. That was 2 years ago, and we can only assume that a construction budget was approved by the board to both build the new and tear down the old. And I would expect that the demolition costs were included in that budget. Demolition costs that I would estimate probably to be about $1 million. Was there a sudden recognition that the old building could be adapted, renovated, and reused? Could it be that the cost of the new construction exceeded its budget? Could it be that the existing lease obligations with the province for the water testing lab were not considered properly? I don't know. Only the DSAB knows that. But let's be clear. No one has a problem with the old building being reused. It's a good building. But like any building in our city, it needs to have parking to support its operations for its employees and its patrons and its clients. That support, however, is much like the issue of the building permit by the city, conditional on parking for both buildings being provided without taking it out of the inventory of public parking that the city has developed over the last several years. As a former counselor and well-known realtor, Jamie Kaiko, has stated, one of the main reasons people come downtown is because of the ease of parking. The DSAB could also consider resolving this problem by purchasing nearby properties, some of which are derelict, some of which are in a state of disrepair, and using these properties to create parking. Funds could come from what I assume was put aside for demolition. The The DSAB has, however, chosen to make everyone else in the neighborhood pay for their change of heart. Rather than tear down the old building as promised or buy lands to create new parking, they brought an application to the Committee of Adjustments. Notice went out in early May for this application for what the DSAB termed a minor variance, reducing required parking for the old building from 74 spots to 0. Notices went out, and as is required by Committee of Adjustment rules, didn't go very far. My two daughters, who own 135 Brock Street, along with their partner Lori Kaiko, received a notice of a Committee of Adjustment application. The church across the street, Westminster Presbyterian, which has a high stake in all of this, did receive notice, but it was sent to one of their members who had passed away. Effectively, no one except those who operated from my daughter's building were made aware that anything was happening with respect to perhaps not tearing the old building down. At the committee hearing, I stated that on the record, I wanted it to show that if the DSAB was going to look to rent spots from the city in the Brock Albert parking lot, that this was not something that would be helpful for others who have been in the downtown for a long time. My daughters and their partner purchased this building 24 years ago. They were very young at the time. And as is now the trend, young people are investing in our downtown. And one of the reasons is because they can afford to open a building that will provide easy access for customers. In all of my time in municipal administration, I've rarely seen a matter get through process to council's table so quickly. May 15th, when it was turned down by the Committee of Adjustment to today, to try and find a way to get this sale that is impending approved. It's premature to ask council to do what the DSAB is asking you to do. The report from city staff and the action that they recommend begs a question about transparency. Why did all businesses, services, churches, and I'd like to point out that Westminster Presbyterian is here. They did not receive notice. They would like to have spoken this evening, but we're told that it was too late. That they have a story to tell too about a history where they donated lands to the city of Sault Ste. Marie to help create this parking lot on certain conditions, that if this suggested recommendation goes through, we'll actually throw that all out the window. So it's premature without council hearing the whole story that what the DSAB is asking for should even be considered. The fact that 70 or 74 or 90, whatever that ends up being, number of parking spots is being asked to be taken out of the existing municipal lot. If that were to happen without giving notice, all of the businesses on Queen Street, on Brock Street, on March Street, that would be something that the downtown, I think, would suffer severely with. I have here, and I'll leave them with you, signatures from 40 businesses, signatures from over 200 patrons of those businesses, all of whom were very surprised that this request would be made and they would not have been invited to participate, that they would not have been invited to come and make comment, that they would not have been invited to come and react to how this might hurt them. Staff, the planning staff in particular, makes reference, well, we're going to bring you a parking study. We're going to bring you a report in August. We're talking about the underutilization of the parking lots. It's based on a study. Well, let me point out to you that it's...
Mr. Fratesi, I will ask you to get to your final points. We're well over time.
Well, the study that you have before you is flawed. It deals with businesses that have varying hours. It was done in January of 2023. It was done using COVID years to try and paint a picture, which in fact is not the picture that should have been painted. So it's ironic that staff in their recommendation says that the recommendation exemplifies communication and stakeholder consultation to create an environment that encourages engagement and exploration of mutual goals, grow our community. and also that collaboration with community partners and stakeholders is essential to success. That's not the case here. There has been no collaboration. There has been no consultation. And while everyone is happy that that building may be reused and is happy with it being a social service that would complement, we agree with all of that. But you can't consider doing this without parking being provided, and you can't take the parking away from the existing businesses in that area. That's the comment. And there are lots of people that would like to have reiterated what I had. There's a dentist, or two dentists that are here this evening who wish to speak. There's a church here that wishes to speak. I think council needs to either one, reject the application, or at the very least, defer it until much after the parking comes back. And the parking is a zoning bylaw, so you'll be mandated to give notice to everybody affected. And they'll have a right to be heard. And in fact, they'll have a right to appeal to the OMB. So my second suggestion would be, if you're not prepared to just reject it because it doesn't make sense, at the very least, give all of these folks who think they've been hard done by, but not having been heard, at least give them an opportunity to be heard by deferring it into the future. Those are my comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else who registered to speak today?
Don Mitchell, the interim CEO with the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce, is in attendance.
Wonderful. Mr. Mitchell, welcome to council. Welcome to the microphone. Great to see you again.
I'll only need 2 or 3 minutes, okay? That's unusual. I don't speak that short most of the time. First of all, acting mayor from an acting CEO of the Chamber of Commerce and the councillors of Sault Ste. Marie. First of all, the Chamber represents the business community here. In all the years I've been involved in economic development, excuse me, municipalities, provincial government, and federal government are here to assist business by looking at the infrastructure necessary to support business. Some of you here on council are business owners and understand business drives business. You heard from Mr. Fertizzi, the business community truly wasn't consulted on the report that you're looking at now. Is the Chamber of Commerce going to oppose what is being put forward? Not really. We understand that the parking is necessary, but I think there are other solutions. And those have to be looked at. You have a lot that the city immediately leased with the new police station. It has 52 parking places directly across from the proposed buildings. 52. I doubt whether all of those are going to be used. So we can lessen the impact on Albert Street. We can lessen the impact on Spring Street. You've heard about our church adjacent to the property, giving property back so that the original Albert Street lot could be done. They haven't been consulted, but there's a church directly across the street from the two proposed buildings that has a large parking area that is not used primarily throughout the business days. Have they been approached? Churches today require dollars and cents. It's an opportunity for them, perhaps, to help fund themselves. Have they been approached? I do not believe, and the Chamber does not believe, that the proper studies have been done. It was mentioned and it is factual. The information before you started in 2019, ending in 2023. Since I took on the internship at the Chamber of Commerce, I parked in the Spring Street lot on a daily basis and find it exceptionally full most of the time. The other thing from Albert Street, you will find that during the Wednesday afternoon, because of the market, is exceptionally full. What I'm asking you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce is to take a good look at what is being asked for. Take a good look at how we can spread out the parking place, because I think there's good opportunities to do that. And we need to support the businesses coming into the downtown area, but we have to do it without hurting who's already there. Mr. Mayor, that's my comments.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, is it to speak today?
Those the delegations that I have.
Wonderful. Council, questions? Councilor Vezo Allen first, and I think Councilor Kinnick second. Councilor Vezo Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I also see that we have Mr. Nato and Joe from the North Tribe Council here. Am I able to ask them questions as well?
So, yes.
I'd like to start with Joe from the North Shore Tribal Council. Or Mike, would you prefer? Alan, why am I saying? Sorry, Alan. Sorry.
Sir, would you like to come to the mic?
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to council.
Sorry, Alan. I would like you just to give us an overview of the complement of staff, the services that are going to be offered at the facility that you're proposing at 540 Albert through the North Shore Tribal Council.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, my name's Alan Moffat. I'm the CEO for Mama Westman, the North Shore Tribal Council. And I met Mike last summer. We were in town a number of times, and our organization, it's kind of a gathering spot for a lot of our communities and community members. And we were kicking around the tires of a number of buildings in town, looking to consolidate really our primary health facilities within Sioux City. We looked at a number of buildings, and not many of them met the criteria of being close to the downtown core. Because a lot of our clientele, as many of us are aware, are Indigenous, a little bit underrepresented in the healthcare system, not only here at council. That's who we service. And the chance conversation came up with Mike, and I said, you know what, I'm looking for a building. Consolidate our healthcare services, primarily our primary healthcare and mental health and addiction services to the downtown core. He said, maybe I got something. So we got into the conversation, started talking for a number of months. In good faith, I ran it through my board, who are the chiefs of the communities between here and Sudbury. And they agreed to let me, take a look, make an offer. Talked it over with the CEO of our Mama Westman North Shore Community Health Services, who also is the overseeing the first Indigenous Ontario health team in the province. And they said, let's take a look at this building in Sault Ste. Marie. And we made an offer, came to a conditional offer, accepted in good faith and in the spirit of reconciliation. And we knew there would be an issue with parking. My thought is we're bringing health professionals and a lot of people working in the building that we want to spruce. Maybe it'll help them downtown. They need to eat lunch someplace. They shop someplace during their lunch hour, that sort of stuff. So that was really my intention was to help out the organization to have a building large to house them all under one roof and be in the community that we've been in for a number of years and take an old building, spruce it up, make it look good, and help out the downtown.
And exactly how many practitioners are you going to have, Mr. Moffat, and what services exactly are going to be offered through the facility?
We're going to have some at least 2 or 3 physicians, a number of nurse practitioners, a number of mental health and addictions workers. I think in total, we're probably going to have about 50 employees to start out within the building, and who knows, as we grow and get additional funding, there are health practitioners in the building. For now, talking maybe
50 at the most.
50?
50.
50, okay,
Yeah.
50. Okay, thank you. And in terms of access, is this strictly for folks that qualify as or self-identify as urban indigenous, or will this be open to the general public as well?
It'd be open to the general public, of course, being an Indigenous organization. Their primary focus will be that underserviced population within Sault Indigenous. Being an Ontario Health Team, we also have to be accessible to the general.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moffat. My next question will be for Mr. Nato, please.
Renato, welcome back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Mike, can you just take us through the building permit process, but initially the if the building was going to be demolished at all and what any changes happened in terms of the permit process and 540 Albert?
In all due respect, I'm the wrong person to provide you with subject matter expertise on the building permit process. I can tell you that the original concept and costing that we had was to build a new building and tear the old building down. There was site plans that were conditional. We have conditional occupancy permit, and we're revising the occupancy permit and the site plan as we speak. The parking, I believe the parking is the last condition that's going to be required to receive final occupancy.
So it was all done through due process as per planning division with the city.
Correct. Yes.
And in terms of parking, thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for pointing out the adjacent spots that are potentially available. Has there been any conversation with St. Luke's or the new police services division if any of that parking is available?
Yeah, so originally we reached out because we used to be the tenant at 180 Brock. We reached out to the church to see if they had additional surplus parking that they would lease to us. The tenancy of the police service building was in play. Once that was finalized, the church emailed me probably 2-3 weeks ago to advise that their surplus parking had diminished and they were not in a position to lease any land. We also have a lease agreement. So we have the parking across the space. We're hoping that we have the city parking, and we also have parking at the Algoma School Board parking lot as well.
Okay.
We've tried to, we've searched all over the place to try to make sure that quote unquote, it was spread around.
So in terms of the current staffing complement at the new DSAB building, everyone who works there is able to access a parking spot currently?
Currently, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. Nothing further for you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. My next question is for Mr. Lamming. Mr. Lamming, in terms of communicating with the general business public, did you make the Downtown Association aware of this, and when?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. To Councillor Bezo-Allen, there was correspondence with myself and the Executive Director, Nicholas Luck, on this particular topic. When we do rent out permits, whether it's to a business or to individuals, there's no contact with businesses because anyone can rent a parking or can purchase a parking pass monthly, daily, annually, and it's first come, first serve on a parking pass for the lots in question.
Okay. And in terms of that, did anyone at the Downtown Association staff or board have any questions in response to your communications through this?
You, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Bezo-Allen, the Executive Director, Nicholas Luck, did have some questions on occupancy rates for the lot in question. We were originally going to be looking at putting all the spots in the Brock and Albert lot. In conversations with the Director of Planning and also the Manager of Parking, we had proposed to potentially look at spreading that out so all the burden would not be on the Brock Albert lot. The next closest, which is very close in distance, is the Spring March lot. And then further down south is the Bell lot that could handle overflow. So the one thing I want to stress is that it is still first come, first serve basis. So if anyone goes to a parking spot and they get that space, that is their choice to have that space. So what has been built into the agreement, which you'll see, is that if someone comes and they have a dedicated spot, either at the March Spring or at the Brock Albert, and they can't find a spot, they will be redirected to the Bell lot, which has 40 spaces or 45 spaces, I should say, and only, and there's 30 that are available at present.
And in terms of purchasing parking passes, so say, I want to go and purchase a parking pass at the, spring and March for an annual basis. Is there any limit to the amount of passes that individuals can purchase, and are there any restrictions currently?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo, Allen, as a practice, well, right now at any lot in the Sioux, the highest percentage is up at about 46%. So it shows that our utilization rates are quite low here in Sault Ste. Marie. That's backed by data from the last decade. There's counts done 4 times daily by our commissioners that are stationed in the lots. So the data is taken quite regularly. And with respect to the number of passes, the SEMA Plus study recommends that you should actually be at 85% as a good indicator of a best practice for parking. With this recommendation tonight, both those lots will be at 76%, which is both lower than the target that study is recommending.
And can you give us a very brief overview of the SEMA study, such as when it was conducted, when the study was finally published, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo, and I'll defer this to my colleague, Peter.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen. So the SEMA Plus study has been underway for about a year and a half now. They did their sort of on-site surveys were done in this past winter, so winter 2023. And we recognize that that's just a snapshot in time, which is why we rely heavily on the commissionaires and the work that they've been doing since 2014, which is every Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. They're counting the number of vehicles that are in these public lots. So from the SEMA Plus study, they've kind of come out and said that a rule of thumb is that you should aim to have your parking spaces about 85% filled, as Mr. Lamming said. We're somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50%. So for us, the goal is to try to get these parking spaces closer to capacity and get them closer to 85%. And we saw this as an opportunity to do that and still have that extra 10% buffer in there.
So the actual real-time data from the commissioners was used as part of the SEMA study.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So SEMA used their own data, but suggested, and it is noted in the report that the work that the commissioners has done is consistent with what SEMA found during that 2-week period that they were out surveying.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the Committee of Adjustment deferring the motion, Mr. Tanasso, is there an opportunity for that to go back to the Committee of Adjustment, or since they've done the deferral, it's sort of a moot point?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So it was deferred or postponed. So it wasn't denied, it was deferred. So there is certainly an opportunity to bring it back.
And regarding both that Committee of Adjustment application, that's all made publicly aware on our website. The meetings are open. Anyone's welcome to attend, correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So the public notice is based on the Planning Act. It's 60 meters of the subject property. And then the notices, we use MPAC data, and the notice goes to the registered owner of the property.
And my next question will be for Mr. Lamming in terms of the parking passes. So Mr. Moffat just confirmed that there'll be about 50 staff working at the North Shore Tribal Council, Ontario Health Team. And in terms of allocation of passes, are we able to allocate some to Brock Albert, Spring March, and also Overflow? So according to Google Maps, from the Overflow property to 540 Albert, it is a 7-minute walk.
Through Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo, and that's correct. The proposal is to put 17 to the March Spring lot, 73 to the Brock Albert, and if they're not able to obtain a location upon arrival at work, they will be directed to the Bell Avenue lot, which has ample room.
Okay. What I'm suggesting is, I think sort of what the spot here by folks that I've spoken to, and I apologize that I haven't answered all of the emails that were coming in rapidly from last night to most of today. I did speak with some folks though as well. I think the concern is the Brock Albert taking a majority of that 144, which I think you have 73 being allocated of the 144 to
That is
passes.
correct. That's correct.
So could there be in this plan which is not firm yet, that we have a certain amount Brock Albert, a certain amount Spring March, and then actually a certain amount go into overflow? And what is usually the excess in overflow on any given typical day?
To Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Vezo Allen, the Brock Albert lot, and I should say here, the Bell lot has ample room because as I stated, they have approximately 30 spaces available per day. So if it is the will of council to further reduce the burden on Brock and Albert and March lot, there could be more that could be diverted accordingly to that lot.
It could be diverted to the overflow lot.
That's correct.
Okay. Just a couple of comments. And I think it's really important. And I just have one question for Mr. Van Stavern. Rick, in terms of economic impact, having 50 professionals adjacent to our downtown, what would be the average economic impact of those folks working in our downtown on a Monday to Friday basis in terms of growth?
No, I don't have a direct answer for that. What I can give you is that there are some accepted practices in economic development. And when you have 50 people, if we take a look at StatsCan, they have a chart that will actually identify a ratio that you can apply that would actually build out the total number of jobs. So 50 people would equate to about 80 actual jobs. Those 80 actual jobs based on $48,000 a year, which is our average in Sault Ste. Marie, comes out to just slightly over $4 million. That is not the impact. The impact would be a small percentage of that. Unfortunately, I don't have any data that would support a number to give you.
But obviously, if we're having primary care physicians, the average income is not going to be $48,000. It'll probably be quite north of that, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. So there is an economic positive. So I just have some comments, Mr. Acting Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So I support this with having overflow being part of the parking passes. We fought, Councillor Gardy and we all voted to keep the public health water testing lab at that location. We've also been fighting and advocating for primary care physicians. And we have our first Indigenous Ontario Health team that could reside in Sault Ste. Marie. And I think in the essence of truth and reconciliation, but also just the health and growth of our community, I think it's really important that we have folks at 540 Albert. I want to thank Mike and Alan. Thank you for the vision. And I think there definitely is a solution. I've said that to all the folks that I've talked about regarding this. It's all about creative solutions and working together, because having 50 professionals working in our downtown, I think is much more of an asset than a detriment in terms of parking. And I think we can find a parking solution. And I look forward to staff being able to make that happen. Also, as Mr. Moffat stated, we've had how many people de-rostered from the group health center? And this is going to be an Ontario Health Team collaborative. And I certainly look forward to our folks being serviced in our community. So that's all I have, Mr. Acting Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kinnick.
Just a question for our clerk, Stasinski. Was there any delegations today that didn't meet the time requirement to submit their forms?
No, we had 2 requests to delegate and both were granted.
I just want to make sure if there's anybody here that wants to speak that came down to City Council today, I'd be would like to put motion forward to support them to speak for their 3 minutes. If they made the effort to come down, I think listen to them for 3 minutes if somebody would like to support me.
Okay, we need a seconder for that, if Councillor Kinnick wants to explore that.
I'll support that as Councillor Hollingsworth.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, would you have a draft motion or would you have to draft one quickly? Okay. Give us a moment, Councillor Kinnick. We'll have it drafted for you. Sorry, having said that, I see a gentleman has stood up. Sir, perhaps maybe you can just let us know what your name is so we can draft a motion.
Reverend John Westminster.
Okay, give us 1 minute. We'll have something drafted. And sorry, to be clear, you're here because you would like the opportunity to speak and Councillor Kinnick is forwarding a motion.
We were not consulted appropriately.
Okay, thank you. We'll let Councillor Kinnick draft, Madam Clerk draft the motion for Councillor Kinnick.
A Sawyer's, Kinnick and Hollingsworth resolve that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow Reverend Wilson to delegate.
Okay, so we have moved by Councillor Clinic and seconded by Councillor Hollingsworth, and it's up on our screens. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none? And that goes unanimously. Sir, I'll ask you to keep to our three. I know it's probably difficult to watch yourself. Try the big clocks, I guess, and we'll ask you to keep your 3 minutes. I know you haven't had a minute to collect your thoughts, so I'll have a little leeway for you as well.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council, for this opportunity just to express our shock. We were not consulted accordingly. No one sent anything to the address of the church. It was sent to the address of a deceased member who had not been active for over 40 years. So we do not feel we were consulted. In reference to the purchase of land that took place was finalized in 1965, the parking authority at that time requested access to land that Westminster Church owned so that they could provide for the parking on Queen Street for the businesses. The church went along with that, and with that was a proviso, an understanding of an agreement that should the church ever need access to the land or to the parking lot for funerals, for weddings, for any special event, we would have that access. And I can speak personally, we have been ministers, my wife and I have been ministers at Westminster for 17 years now. And we have regularly used that for the purpose of funerals. We would request usually a couple of days in advance if we had that much notice, but we would request consideration from the parking authority, and it was always granted. So what this does for us is puts us in a precarious situation as a church, not being able to conduct funerals with any guarantee that there'll be a place for people to park. So this affects deeply our people in terms of their connection to our place of worship. It is also, we also run an opportunity shop on Wednesdays from the hours of 10 o'clock until 1. And we have 100 people on average that come through there on a regular basis. They use that parking lot to come through there. From that, Westminster Church supports many of the local non-governmental organizations and welfare opportunities and other organizations. So we give funding from what we receive at the bargain box to Soya, to help me out here, Salvation Army, to Soup Kitchen, to Helping Hands. So we make donations from that. We are also registered as a, when the Red Cross has an emergency, they come to us for help with family, with the essentials for people who've had say a fire in their place. They call us first because we have access to microwaves, toasters, all of the things, to bedding, to furniture, to that kind of thing that we provide for people. So this is all would be tremendously impacted. And I'll just finalize by saying that we believe, I believe, that this goes against the understanding of what we gave that land for in 1965 to the parking authority at their request for the purpose of downtown parking. We do not in any way disagree with, you know, bringing other people, bringing another organization to help First Nations and others. But the issue of parking is of critical importance to us. And so I would really encourage the council to defer, to take the time to seriously look at other options that can be made available. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Councillor Kinnick, back to you.
Through you, Acting Mayor, Spina, to Mr. Nadeau. Could you just please expand on the primary care access that the community is going to be gaining at this building.
I'm going to have to actually let Mr. Moffat answer that. He's the operator.
Evening. Just to clarify a little bit more, I know you touched on mental health and addictions in the downtown core. I just want to know what kind of like primary access are we going to get? Are we going to get primary physicians? You said nurse practitioners. How many patients do you think we're going to be able to service if you have a rough number?
Yeah, not being the one that's fully in charge of the Weston Corporation itself, it's a little bit difficult for me to answer that, but I do know we'll probably have at least 2 primary care physicians moving in and a number of nurse practitioners and the whatever support staff that they're going to require. You know, some of the way our primary healthcare directors trying to plan for quite a bit of examination rooms, and I'm just trying to keep them realistic, but they're looking at a fair number of examination rooms in the building.
Just another question for you. Is there any plan on opening a safe consumption site at this location?
No plan at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Koenig. I have Councillor Caputo next.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. And thank you everyone who took time to email or come out today. I would ask, a lot of my questions have been asked, so just bear with me. I just want to go through this list. Mr. Moffat, if I could just get you to come back up here. Sorry. Yes. Sit up, stand down, there's all that. Yeah. Do you understand and acknowledge that if this agreement is passed, no signage will be put up and you will not be guaranteed this number of parking spaces?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Is basically the agreement is kind of like a first come, first serve.
Yes.
I'll probably hear it from Mom Westing staff if they show up and they're like, oh, God, we had to walk 7 minutes to get to the office. Well, maybe show up earlier. Will be my basic answer. But yeah, it's
okay. And Mr. Lamming, I guess I'll direct this to you. There is no way when we lease parking spots, we would never put up signs or force anybody to not be able to park in the public lots. Is that correct?
You, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, that's correct. First come, first serve. We do not monitor the vehicles from that, just the time that they're there for parking enforcement for payment.
Mr. Lamming, I should have asked you this ahead of time. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. Downtown parking, does that run at a deficit currently?
To you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, yes, it does. Approximately 300,000, but I can defer that over to my colleague, Shelley Shell. I believe it's in that neighborhood every year from memory.
Okay. Okay. So just also to clarify, if this were to pass, these 90 spots would add $48,600 into the parking bank.
You, Mr. Acting Mayor, Councillor Caputo, that is correct.
Okay. I am not sure that I have any other questions to ask. I just have a couple of comments here. I feel very strongly about truth and reconciliation, the calls to action, and I think it is very important right now that we honor those, not in allowing Mama Westing into the downtown and making this minor variance. I believe that we are doing what our friends in Garden River would call reconciliation. We're taking action to actively right some wrongs that have historically happened. I think that this is something that I would really welcome. We are up next on the agenda looking to hear about physician recruitment. Though Mr. Moffat has only identified 2 or 3 doctors, that's 2 or 3 more than we currently have, with a number of nurse practitioners. I think this is a really wonderful development for the downtown, and respectfully, I do understand business owners being nervous about parking. But I think that as we see our downtown become busier and more vibrant, the parking problem is the best problem we could have. It is going to get, as it gets busier, it's going to get more difficult to find a parking space. As a business owner myself, someone asked me today, well, what if someone wanted to take 50 spaces from your lot? Respectfully, private lots are very different, but I think that if someone were to tell me that Mama Wasting was going to open next door to me, I would be ecstatic. Whether or not they were coming to frequent my business every single day, once a week, once a month, having 50 folks downtown who are professionally employed and then also bringing their patients downtown, I think it's really great. All in all, I support this, and I hope that we can see some other great developments coming to the downtown as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. I have Councillor Bruni next.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Mr. Spina. First of all, I will say, I believe there was a lack of consultation with the business owners in the area that used the parking lot, but I want to ask a couple questions to Mr. Nadeau, if he doesn't mind stepping up to the mic. Mr. Nadeau, if we defer this, will the sale be delayed or will the sale still continue?
Mr. Moffat and I had that very conversation earlier, and it's a conditional offer until September. And he told me, he says, if this is deferred, that they're going to start looking elsewhere, including looking in other municipalities, to be quite honest, about taking services. Because I'm like, I have to get going. He goes, we've got the health care designation. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm hopefully speaking through him. They said, we have to get moving on this. So he said, we'll have to have a 2-pronged approach. We can still go forward with the conditional sale, but I'm going to start looking at other places because I need to move.
Mr. Mitchell has suggested that there are several other areas for parking. The church, apparently you had conversation. Are there other locations that you haven't reached out? Mr. Fertesi, the speaker, stated there are some homes that are empty. Have you looked at that?
We've looked at a lot of options. Some of them just weren't, in our opinion, fiscally responsible to the taxpayers. Looking at purchasing housing during a housing crisis and tearing said housing down and putting a parking lot up and declaring that property exempt from municipal taxes. So we have looked. If there are options that are more viable that people can give us, like we can amend this lease agreement. If there's if our community partners have an alternative that's a better position, we can say, okay, well, let's revisit that, and we can terminate or amend that agreement, over the next few years. Right now, this is the only viable option that we do see forward, and we're hoping that City Council supports it.
Mr. Tonazzo. Here. It's a very straight question. Are we taking parking spaces away from businesses?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I think fundamentally, we need to recognize that our parking requirements are 20 years old. They're from 2005. And I think what you see through the SEMA Plus report is that a lot of municipalities actually aren't requiring any parking in their downtown. And they've actually removed minimums, and SEMA Plus is actually recommending that we do that. That's not the direction that we're going to go. I think I would say parking is emotional. We're of the opinion, we feel that we have pretty robust data here that we're not taking parking away from businesses. when you work out the numbers. Again, we've got commissionaires that are looking at these lots from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have a recommendation from our consultants saying that, you know, as a business, if you will, you should try to run at 85%, not at 39 or 49%. So we feel that there's capacity in the system to accommodate bringing more people downtown. And we see that as an asset, actually. And the plan really here is to bring people more downtown. And I don't know that you achieve that by tearing down a building to provide more parking.
We defer this for, say, 30 days and maybe come back with other ideas if possible, or a solution to help out the businesses on Queen Street and the area of Queen. To pass this now, and business owners haven't spoken, some of them weren't notified. If maybe consultation with the business owners, maybe to give them, you know, your report and explain to them about the parking spots that are available. Maybe it's a better understanding for them. Just asking.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I guess my answer to that would be we're comfortable with the recommendation as it stands now to approve this request.
You're comfortable, but the business owners are not comfortable. We want the business owners to be comfortable that they're not losing any spots. And I think we need a little bit more communication with them to have them have better understanding. That's all I'm asking. Awesome. If we deferred it, had public consultation, have the business owners get a true understanding of the report and come back to council and have council vote on it.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, if council decides that they'd like to defer this, planning staff would be happy to undertake more consultation with the neighborhood. Absolutely.
I believe that's the way to go, because I want all the business owners to have full understanding of the report. And according to you, to staff, they will have parking spaces. But we need that. We need to have the consultation to make sure they understand fully before council should vote on it. As many business owners did not receive notification about this. Mr. Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Zotto.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. I have Councillor Hollingsworth next.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor. A number of my questions were already asked, and I just want to carry on Councillor Bruni's thoughts. He mentioned businesses, but we also heard from the church. And I guess my question is with regards to the church, through you, Acting Mayor, to Mr. Lamming, based on the history of them donating the land, based on what we just heard about funerals and weddings and so forth, how can we guarantee that spaces will be available for funerals? And as we know, funerals happen without any, quick planning. So how can we reassure the church that there will be parking available for them? Can you comment on that? I guess it's more for Mr. Tenazzo. Sorry, Mr. Tenazzo. Can you comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, it's really difficult at this point in time to ensure anybody that there's going to be a certain amount of parking anywhere, especially in the downtown, when what we're trying to do is have a healthy, busy, vibrant downtown, and ultimately parking becomes more of a premium. And locally, parking, the economics in our downtown aren't such that parking happens underground or in structures. And that's in part because we have a lot of parking, and what we're trying to get to a place where we're closer to that 85% threshold. And we think there's enough capacity in the entire system to accommodate parking. It just might not be as convenient as it might be. But at the end of the day, walking an extra 2 or 3 minutes in a downtown, that's That's normal course of just doing business in a downtown. I would argue that if you park in the middle of a big box parking lot up on Great Northern Road and go to the back of the store, you're probably walking 5 to 10 minutes, that same distance. So I think we just have to recognize that our downtown is growing. We're trying to bring more people downtown, and a byproduct of that from time to time is that you have some parking challenges.
Okay, thank you. I also want to say we need to recognize that, as Councilor Bruni said, we have to recognize that not everyone was consulted. And I'm embarrassed that a letter went out to that person that has passed away. That's very embarrassing. I understand the purpose of the building, and as Mr. Fertizzi has said, he understands the purpose of the building and there's a positive. However, as Mr. Bruni was saying, or Councilor Bruni was saying, I would like to defer this just to make sure that all solutions are looked at. The bottom line, final comment is that you just said that there's no signs going up. Councilor Caputo asked the question, will there be signs up saying this parking is designated for this? You said no, or someone said no. So if there's no signs going up, it sounds like the real benefit is that we as a city receive money because of leasing. Anyway, bottom line is I like to request that we do defer this if I have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Procedurally, we have a few other councillors that are on the list here for comments. So I think procedurally, we have to let them speak first, and then we can hear your motion on the floor to defer at that time. So do you have any other comments now? Sorry, no, okay. I had Councillor Scott and Councillor Gardy. So Councillor Scott, to you.
Mr. Acting Mayor, most of my questions have been asked. I'll just quick comments, keep it short. I have problems with the SEMA Plus side of the study. I mean, they picked 2 days and used 1 day's worth of the data. That's not a large enough sample size. So that part I was a little bit upset with. Obviously, I agree with the purpose of the building. I think that's awesome. It's the procedural side of things that I disagree with. We sent out notices within 60 meters of the area. And then the report, I know they're not related, but it just doesn't make sense in my head, uses a 250-meter walking distance. So I think in the future, if we're looking at that and we know that we have that distance, it'd probably be prudent to send out notices within the same distance we're anticipating people to walk, since that will impact those businesses within that area. So those types of things I didn't necessarily like. It's really apparent the businesses in the area feel as though they have not been consulted. Going to similar what Councilor Bruni was saying, you know, our existing businesses felt they weren't consulted. I almost look at it like when your friend signs up for Bell and they get a better deal than you and you've been a customer for years. We have to take care of our current downtown businesses as well as the new ones. So I would be in support of a deferral for further consultation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Gardy next.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor. Just to do some math and simplify it for anybody who's watching, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Mr. Tenazo, and or Mr. Laming. In the 2 lots in question, how many total parking spots are there?
Dear Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councilor Gardy, there's 199 spots total, including those 2 lots.
At a maximum, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Laming, at a maximum, how many parking spots are being requested / leased for these purposes?
90.
So if I do the math, 199 minus 90 equals 109 parking spots left over if and when all of these spots are used on a daily basis. Does that sound right to you, Mr. Laming?
That's correct.
Okay. So I have issues with with both sides of this. One, I can appreciate that some of the businesses there are concerned to not have parking or as much parking as they're used to. I would say that what you're used to is a generous amount of parking. And I also kind of feel for you in the sense that whether it be the business or the church, that you didn't get in your mind ample notice of what was going on. I feel for you there. There's no question about that. What I don't appreciate is the insinuation that this was underhanded or we were trying to hide things or DSAB was trying to hide things. Because I think Mr. Fertesi mentioned the word transparency. I take issue with that because no one was trying to do anything untoward here, for sure. When we were building the plaza, all we heard about this council and the previous one was parking, and that parking was going to be a problem, and parking for other businesses was going to be a problem, and people weren't going to have places to park and be able to walk to the plaza. I haven't had a singular call about anybody not being able to park or that a business was impacted by the influx of several hundred people on a weekly basis going downtown to park. I think we know because the property owners and the business owners in proximity to what is going on here have expressed how they feel about things. They did an excellent job in short notice, reaching out to us via email. I was copied on every email that everybody at this council table received. I don't know how deferring this allows us to get more input from anybody in that area. We know how they feel. And I get why they feel the way they do from the perspective that they're looking at this from, based upon being business owners down there for quite a while. I think 109 parking spots being available daily above and beyond what is being requested here is a lot of parking. I think from hearing from Mr. Laming and through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Mr. Laming, in addition to those 109, there's another 30 in the overflow.
Correct.
That's 139 parking spots in the area. I was down there around 3:45 this afternoon before this meeting because I just wanted to kind of get a sense of things. I didn't have any trouble finding a parking spot. If there were dozens of more cars there, I still wouldn't have had a problem finding a parking spot. And that was on a Monday afternoon at 3:45. I also think if we defer things, we're going to jeopardize the opportunity to have this health service for our most vulnerable people downtown, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, as was outlined. I don't know why we would defer it. We know the decision we need to make. We know why DSAB is doing what they're doing. We know what's going to be housed there. We know the benefit that it could provide to our community members and our downtown. And we know how everybody feels. So I don't think we're going to get any more input from anybody other than what we already know. This isn't an easy decision. I'm voting in favor of it. I would encourage the rest of council to do the same. And I would encourage Mr. Nadeau and his partner to continue to work hard to see if they can find other resolutions as it relates to parking. And I think Mr. Nadeau appreciates fully the concern of the neighboring businesses in the area, and will do his best with his partner agency to work with them. So I'm voting in favor. I'm hoping everybody else does. the deferral is not going to do anything, but essentially simply defer this and risk that this sets up in Sudbury or someplace in between here in Sudbury. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Yes, Councillor Bruni,
Be very brief. It's not that I disagree with Councillor Gardy, but it's a perfect example that businesses in the area are not aware of the numbers. They didn't see the report. I think public consultation, it's for 30 days. I'm sure the building will still be there and will still be purchased. But I think you have to communicate with the business owners to make sure they feel secure enough that there's ample parking spaces for their businesses. That's all I'm saying. So the deferral will only help out the business owners to truly understand. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Zagordo.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. It seems like the words on both sides here of this argument keep coming up is the notification and consultation process. So my question to either Mr. Tenazzo or Mr. Lang, I apologize. If you could answer this, what is our responsibility? And you may have mentioned this already this evening, but once again, so that we know, what is our responsibility when it comes to notification and response and consultation? And was that met? Do you feel that that was met in this process?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo. So there is no public notice requirement for this request per se. There's a public notice requirement for the minor variance and the Committee of Adjustment applications. And we were of the opinion that public notice got the word out and there was an understanding of what was happening. We didn't feel that there had to be another public notice and a round of public consultation on this matter.
And that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. Any other questions? Thank you. I did have questions for each of our presenters and many of staff, however, many of those have been asked. One question I will have for Mr. Tenazzo. It's been made clear this application is for parking passes, not parking spaces, not allocated spaces, but a number of passes. Can any business obtain these passes?
To you, Mr. Acting Mayor, yes. So the report does indicate that we are hoping to fill our spots up to that 85% threshold. So if people come in and ask for additional passes, we will look at them. And if the lot isn't at that 85%, we'll look at granting those passes. Again, they're first come, first served passes. There's no signage that says it's for this particular business or that particular business, but we would certainly entertain those, yes.
Right. And do we currently have businesses that have those passes? Or similar passes somewhere in those lots?
To you, Mr. Acting Mayor, yes, that's fairly common through a number of our lots.
Okay. In each of those circumstances, was a public notice done or was it done in the same fashion? Did you follow the same procedures or was it different procedures?
There's no public consultation when someone goes to purchase a parking pass for a lot.
So any of those businesses that currently own parking passes for those lots did not have any public consultation or public scrutiny on those, on the way they obtain those parking passes?
That is correct. Anyone can purchase a pass, business or individual, for the lots.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a few comments I want to make on this as well. This is obviously a very important issue for our downtown and for our community. And I think I think council's done well tonight to uncover as much information as they can regarding this matter. And I think our community has done well to step forward and express themselves very well tonight as well. So thank you for everyone for doing that. We do have an opportunity that's been presented to us tonight for a building that would otherwise not be utilized to be repurposed in our downtown core, which obviously is something that is important to the vision of this council and the vision of our community moving forward. We have the opportunity to take a building from something that is nearly vacant to something that will be paying property taxes and will be contributing to the economy of our community, in addition to paying for approximately nearly $1 million over 20 years in fees to a parking system that currently loses somewhere around $300,000 a year. In addition, not by design, I don't believe it was anyone designed this, but by the good work of council and the good work of people in our community,
We have a very unique opportunity at this point, in my view, to create an amazing triangle of care and an amazing triangle of service in our community in the heart of where we have identified as a city council that we need those services most. We have social services, police services, and with this addition, primary care and mental health and addiction services in the area that we have specifically noted that we need it most, the area of greatest need. We have that crisis going on in our community right now. We have made as a council the significant investment in our police service to provide for the safety and security of individuals downtown. And I can tell you that nothing displaces crime and social disorder like an abundance of people. The more people that come downtown, the more people will visit your shops, the more people will shop, will engage in each other, and will displace the crime and social disorder that happens downtown. That, in addition to the police service and social services providing this level of care and that little triangle, that corridor, right in the heart of where we need it most, I think will have a very long and lasting impact on our community. We also have the very real opportunity to provide this council an opportunity to move forward with truth and reconciliation in a very meaningful way, in a way that creates partnerships in our community so that Sault Ste. Marie and our Indigenous partners reciprocate services, these things back and forth for services in our downtown core to Indigenous folks and people in Sault Ste. Marie. I don't think we can understate that at all. Mr. Tenazo and Mr. Lamming have been quite clear in their reports. Not only does this meet the threshold that's been provided to us, it actually is below that. It's no secret that we have always had more parking than absolutely necessary in our community. This here allows us to use the resources at our fingertips, in my opinion, to fill those lots, not only on a short-term basis, but on a long-term basis over 20 years, to bring people on a regular basis downtown to service those shops, to feed those shops, to feed them with clientele on a daily basis. I will tell you that, in my opinion, after hearing everything in front of me, I do believe that moving forward, we can probably fix things to be better as a city. And I agree with Councillor Gardy's comments that nothing, in my opinion, was ever underhanded or nothing was done to try and secretly move this forward. But we can always strive to be better in our communication. And I think staff are always striving to be better. This is an opportunity for us to reflect on that and grow as city administration to be better in our communication. However, I don't think that should distract from the immediate need that we have for primary care physicians in this community. We all sat here a very short time ago and said we would do anything and uncover any stone and any rock we could to find those care physicians for our community. It's being presented to us tonight for the cost of some parking spots in our downtown core that will not fill, or according to the report, will not remove the ability for businesses downtown to obtain parking. Sure, it might change the structure of the way people obtain their parking, but as I believe Mr. Moffat said, come earlier sometimes and you'll find better parking. I think we all experience that on a daily basis. So for those reasons, I'm going to support this motion going tonight. I encourage my colleagues to vote as way they see fit. And Madam Clerk, if we could call for the vote.
You have a.
Oh, sorry, wait, my opinion, sorry, my mistake, I apologize. We did have a request from Councillors Bruni and Hollingsworth before we do that to have, I guess it would be a motion on the floor.
I have a motion by Councillors Bruni and Hollingsworth to resolve that bylaw 2024-96 be postponed to July 15, 2024 to allow for consultation with downtown businesses.
Okay, so I believe that will be up. Councillor O'Neary, thank you. So that is up on our screens. If we could all vote on that.
The motion fails 5-4. I had, in the affirmative, I had Councillor Hollingsworth, Bruni, Kinnock, and Scott. And opposed, I've got Spina, Vezo-Allen, Caputo, Segordo, and Gardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we can have the next motion.
So I have a motion by Councillors Spina and Scott resolved that bylaw 2024-96 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the parking lot lease agreement between the city and Sault Ste. Marie Housing Corporation and Mamawasan, the North Shore Tribal Council Secretariat for parking spaces in the March Spring Street parking lot and Brock Albert Street East parking lot be passed in open council this 24th day of June 2024. I'll change it.
Council, all I was asking is, I think my name was on it as a mover or seconder, and I asked that that be changed. Councilor Caputo, thank you.
Then that will bring us back to,
Sorry, I don't think we had the results.
oh, it carried. I will, to get into the, you may want to show of hands to see.
Very well. Sorry, folks, a little technical difficulty. If we could have a show of hands, how we all voted. Those in favor? I have Councilors Gardy, Vezo Allen, Zagardo, Caputo, and myself. Against? Councilor Kinnick, Councilor Bruni, Councilor Scott, and Councilor Hollingsworth. So the motion is approved. Thank you, Council, and thank you everyone for being here today, and thank you for engaging all your civic leaders in your community in this process. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
That's good.
So under agenda item 6.5, position recruitment, Dr. John Heinzman, Sioux Area Hospital Chief of Staff, and Carrie Stewart, Manager of Physician Recruitment and Retention Program, are in attendance.
Welcome to council, Dr. Heinzman, Ms. Stewart. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for the opportunity to present the Physician Recruitment and Retention Program results and the opportunities that lay ahead. I am Carrie Stewart. I'm the Manager of Physician Recruitment and Retention. I've been working with the program over the last 12 years. During that time, I've been able to build strong relationships with physicians, medical learners, and medical leadership. Born and raised in Sault Ste. Marie, showcasing my love of living and working in the Sioux is not difficult for me. With my active lifestyle, you'll often find me in the evenings at Hiawatha cycling or skiing. I have Dr. John Heinzman here with me. It's yourself.
Indeed a pleasure to be here. I'm also born and raised and very happy to say after many years of active career elsewhere, I've returned to work and practice in the Sioux. One of the first things I did was join the recruiting and retention committee, which I'm sure Carrie will have more to say. I'm very impressed with the work that's being done, and we'll hear about that this evening. And I invited myself along in case a question council may have from the position. Thank you.
And thank you for joining. So our program was formed in 2002 in an effort to provide a community approach to physician recruitment. Our executive committee is with senior leadership from all of our funding partners, which includes the City of Sault Ste. Marie, Sioux Area Hospital, Group Health Center, Algoma District Medical Group, and the Algoma West Academy of Medicine. The budget has varied greatly over the years, but this year it's set at $300,000 for the fiscal year. The budget is here on this slide in this chart, and it shows the breakdown per expense. There are two line items that make up the bulk of the funds. One is salaries and benefits for 1.5 staff, and one is incentives, which is physician relocation allowance. Next slide. Physician recruitment isn't your typical recruitment process, and it's often referred to as the long game. It takes a minimum of 6 years from entrance to medical school to be practice ready. Physician recruitment is personalized to each physician and their family. I have known our latest recruit for the past 8 years. A combination of all these strategies on the slide here are needed to be successful. It's important to market our community, not only nationally, but internationally, as we cannot cover the healthcare needs of our community with only the physicians we are training at a local level. Meeting candidates in person at recruitment fairs, engage those that might not have ever considered Sault Ste. Marie. Bringing candidates to our community on a community site visit to experience both personal and professional opportunities. Developing and maintaining great practice models to attract and retain physicians. And engaging learners early in their medical education. One of the bullets is the summer studentship program, which actually invites first and second year medical students originally from Algoma District back for a clinical placement month of June. So we have 7 students with us now in our community, placed in various locations, immersed in with the medical. We also have a strong focus on physician retention. Many of these retention strategies are tied to recruitment, and I should note that they're all personalized to each physician. Having supportive practice models, great collegial medical community, settlement services for the entire family, including spousal support, opportunities for advancement, development, and social and wellness connections are all extremely important as part of our retention efforts. So we have 212 total physicians recruited since the onset of 2002. This slide says 211, and that's because it was made a week ago, and we've recruited one more since then. Of those, it's really important to note that we have an 80% retention rate of our recruits. Physicians recruited in our community stay in practice in our community long-term, which is a real indicator to showing the success of our program. During that same period, we have had 144 physicians depart. This is a little bit of a complex chart, but it shows the inflow and outflow of our family medicine physicians recruited in Sault Ste. Marie over the past 22 years. So the maroon bar is the inflow, the blue bar is the outflow, and the yellow line is the net change. We have recruited 57 family medicine trained physicians since 2002. During that same period, 48 have departed, leaving a positive net change of 9 physicians. Although these results seem very positive, I realize they may not reflect the current state of our community. So wanted to just note a few contributing factors. To my knowledge, we've never had a full complement of family docs in our community. We have always had community members unattached to primary care. We have an increased population, an increased average age, and over the last many years, family medicine trained physicians are filling other gaps in our community, including hospice care, emergency medicine, nursing care, and not necessarily in outpatient. These statistics, as they show our great effort in medical education, with nearly half of our recruits in some form of medical education in our community. So you'll see the bottom line is 211 physicians, and the top one, 47% of our total recruits did some form of medical education in our community before they became a full-time practicing physician. By large, these statistics show our greatest opportunity is to bring candidates to our community to experience it themselves. You'll see one line item is a locum physician, which is a temporary physician. We've recruited 13% of our full-time physicians is doing a temporary physician first. So those statistics relate directly to NOSMU successes. Our affiliation with NOSM University allows us to have many medical learners in our community. Our physicians are also affiliated with NOSM as faculty, and love to teach and assist in our efforts to continually expand our programs. So it shows some of the events that we have for our learners when they're here in our community. So we try to have lots of social events, immerse them with the medical community and their preceptors. So we need to continue to advance to be able to grow our medical community. So what are we doing in the current climate and what opportunities do we have? So first one being strategic international recruitment efforts in relation to licensing changes, immigration, and specific program participation like the Practice Ready Ontario program. Second opportunity would be collaboration amongst partners for expertise and resources. A huge shout out to City of Sault Ste. Marie Tourism and the communication departments at Sault Area Hospital, Group Health Center, and City of Sault Ste. Marie for our new marketing, promotion, and advertising material. We look really sharp. We also know medical education results in is positive recruitment. So to continue work with Nossum University on clinical campus development and other local expansion opportunities. And last but not least, community engagement and support, a welcoming and engaging community from all our community and our continual development of our city and those efforts greatly help with attracting physicians. Our communities. We have worked with a couple of community sponsors such as Tenaris to develop a family medicine bursary for our matching residents. Worked with Algoma University to provide space and marketing support for our recent medical information. And those are just a few examples. It's just some pictures from our first national recruitment event last November when we went to Dublin, Ireland. We also had an opportunity to speak to medical students attending the Royal College Surgeons of Ireland about the opportunities in Sault Ste. Marie. And this is our great marketing, beautiful photos, nice sharp look. When I go to events, everybody comments on it, even the other side. And then our community engagement, that's just a post for our medical student info night. We host this week at Algoma U, trying to encourage our youth to consider careers in healthcare. And then a news article from Tenaris's bursary donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And Councillor Hollingsworth has lost connection, but I know she had some questions she was hoping to ask as the person who was the mover requesting that you come do this presentation. So she'll have to send those in at some point, and I'm sure there will be lots of them there. But Councillor Spina, Councillor Caputo, Councillor Kinnick, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Welcome. Thank you for being here, everyone. Great to see you. Question I'm going to ask you, probably not a fair question to ask you on the spot because you won't have the answer to this, I imagine, but if you do, I'll be very impressed. And if you don't, hopefully we can have it in a future presentation. I think it will help us a lot. I think you said somewhere around $300,000 is the budget for physician recruitment. Can you tell me one individual in our community who does not have a family doctor? And I'm not even going to suggest that they have complex healthcare issues, but have some kind of healthcare issues. What do they cost our healthcare system a year?
Hey, I have that answer.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know to answer it. I don't really know how you could put a dollar cost because you think this person's quality of their overall health. How does anyone put a price on that? I would say it's immeasurable.
Right. So if a person, rather than seeing their family physician on a regular basis, had to attend emergency rooms, had to attend all of these things, is there a way to quantify what that cost is on the healthcare system versus them having a family physician? And I would suggest to you that the number of individuals in our community that don't have a family physician, we're probably way more than $300,000 a year that we're costing the system, correct? Correct. So do you need a bigger budget? Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. My questions are along the same lines as Councillor Spina's. How does the 300,000 compare to other municipalities? Are you aware of that?
Counselor. I am aware of not maybe the overall budget of other, but many communities, their physician recruitment different.
So would you say, like, are there ways that we're missing out because it's a lower budget, or are we unable to recruit due to funding, or do you find where we're at to be like adequate? Yeah.
So I've only been here 6 months, so I'll qualify that. I in no way feel we're at. I think this is a vibrant. I have met thus six. Love being in some positions. It's not going to be for everyone, right?
Right.
It's free to be in positions who come here, love it, want to be loved. Tell me that thing. To me, recruiting is all a matter of how much work you and money should do. Right. Right. Those events Mary mentioned, they help you go and do that. There's lots of interest. But there's only so much time because there's only so much money. So it's not for me to comment on.
Sure.
I don't see a budget from it, but I can assure you that if there was, it would be put to very.
So how many recruitment events do you normally attend? Like out of town?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo. This year I am planning to attend 3. Now that my budget will currently cover all of those 3, so we're trying to be innovative with our partners to try and get the money for those 3 events.
You should partner with an airline. Do you target Sault Ste. Marie students who go elsewhere outside of NOSM? Like, are you aware? Is there a list of folks who have graduated high school or their first degree and are moving on to med school? Are you aware of all of the people that are going to medical school from Sault Ste. Marie?
Through you, Councillor Caputo. Yes, great question. We do. We are one of the unique communities that do keep track of student that we know of from Goma district area and where they are in their training, and connect them on social media, try to get their contact information, invite them to our physician recruitment, pension events. 2 of those they're invited to, touch base with them throughout their medical education, see if we can get them back active, community site visit at the time that they're sort of practice. That is by word of mouth.
Okay.
So there's not formalized way that can get that information other than when we hear from community members, other medical students or staff.
Okay. And you kind of led me into my last question. Do you utilize social media for physician recruitment, and like to what degree do you do that?
Yes, good question. We do have social media platforms, both Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, under the name. It's not Twitter anymore, right?
It's I think X now. Yeah.
Yeah. Under the name SUMED.
SUMED.
Yes. So how active we are, it's been something that communication and marketing has been something since the last year that I've really been trying to work on. Social media is next on my list. The first was getting all those advertisements up, having a communication strategy, some promotion material. And so we do have those social media platforms. So.
Amazing. I think social media is a really powerful force, especially when you're targeting folks who are like under 30, likely. A lot of your people that you're trying to recruit would be in that age category. And as you sort of said, a lot of times these folks want to be here because we are unique, because we are beautiful, because, they can famously live, work, and play in Sault Ste. Marie. So I would really encourage you to explore that social media path, and you'll have at least one more follower tonight. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Kinnick.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our presenters today. I just wanted to ask, are you guys a registered charity or an NGO by an organization? No? No, okay. You mentioned that you have looking for funding and sponsorships in your, like, are people from the community able to donate to your budget?
Mr. Council, do not have a policy or platform at this time to accept sponsorship or donations directly to the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee. It is something that our committee has talked about, and as recently as our last meeting has struck a subcommittee for local industry funding to look at the policies around that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. Councillor Bruni?
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie, for your presentation and welcome. Doctor. Say, are you concentrating on specific doctors in the sense GPs or specialists? What is your angle on that?
The whole community for every type of physician. So as an executive committee, we determine our highest needs, and some of those dollars then are focused more to those highest needs of the community. But we do recruit for all specialists, all primary care.
Bring up the slide here. It says here 35 medical learners in our community at any one time. Students.
It's a combination of medical students, so in their first 4 years of undergrad, or postgraduate residents as well. So that could be a family medicine resident, an anesthesia resident. We have a psychiatry program. So we have a home-based psychiatry resident with us all the time.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bruni. Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Stewart, just a quick couple of questions. Did you find that COVID, and I know you weren't necessarily in the role, but you were in the office at the time. Did you find that COVID helped bring former Sioux residents back, including already established physicians or soon to be physicians?
Through you to Sir Scott. I found, yeah, COVID was a different time for recruitment in general because we couldn't get out there and really recruit. But it did make some of those physicians that were indecisive move north. Mostly some of our locum temporary physicians. We did recruiting some of those. So that was great success. I am finding that medical learners moving around for electives as much as they did pre-pandemic. So we are reaping the benefits of those learners staying at home, some of their elective placements, and to really get them connected to our medical options. So it's staying closer to do them.
Awesome. And on top of what Councillor Caputo was mentioning, beyond just medical learners, residents, et cetera, what about positions that are from the Sioux, moved away, maybe even 10 years ago, are established, and now that they're getting older, starting families, may be interested? You find that that's happening often, or is it something you guys aren't even focusing on, or?
Definitely, we have home once they've established families to be closer to family. So lose positions that don't have family here, that want to move closer to family with those opportunities. Actually, that's our biggest positions usually. It's not because of the practice, it's because they want to move closer to their own families.
So we need to recruit the families too. That's the
absolutely
whole families. Quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ver. We used to do something, and I forgive me for not remembering what it was. There was some sort of, like expats, Sault Ste. Marie events that were run out of town. I think Travis might have been part of this during the pandemic. Could you remind me what that is? And the second part of the question is, have you guys worked together on that? Maybe touching base with some of these groups of Sault Ste. Marie former residents that, get together out of town. Maybe some of them are professionals, some of them are physicians, and maybe combining those two efforts.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott. That was an initiative with, was formerly the group called the Sioux Boys, and then it became Sioux Connected. And so it was definitely a broader group from all different industries, and we engaged with them as we were doing the future SSM strategy, and is still a network that is out there. I think there is opportunity to collaborate with physician recruitment to look to see if we can leverage those contacts and do something similar in the future.
Great. I would love to see that. Other than that, thank you guys. I know how much work you do. I work at the hospital. So Dr. Heinzman, if you want some of those numbers you're asked about, you can talk to me tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. I love everything you guys are doing. So happy to see you here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you so much. And thanks for coming, Carrie and Doctor. Really appreciate it. My question's just very practical in terms of recruitment. Does it affect the ability whether or not the physician's partner, if they need to, can obtain meaningful employment here in terms of having a successful recruitment? And kind of what have you done to address that and maybe provide some opportunities or different partnerships?
We are part of the Disposal Relocation Committee. Just to a little bit more than just assisting with spousal employment, connected to all the other major employers in the city of Sault Ste. Marie and identifying some of those barriers. Spousal employment being one, daycare being another, being another. So we connect and collaborate. So that's been quite successful. Now, if I have a spousal position looking for employment in sectors, I can share their CV and application with that group. Get it of them as well.
So I guess my question would be, have we been unsuccessful in recruiting a physician because the spouse was not able to find meaningful employment in our community?
I think that the one challenge we have that answer is no, not me.
Okay.
Direct. Some of our international physicians have physician spouses.
Right.
Might be an area of struggle assisting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carrie.
Council, other questions? Carrie, and Dr. Heinzman, you had talked about a higher inflow of practitioners than outflow of practitioners, a net gain of 9 over 22 years. And then you mentioned some of the reasons why maybe it seems like things are more difficult now, even though we've got a net inflow of practitioners. But you kind of glossed over them briefly, and I think it's important to the community that we understand why you believe that the net inflow has not, positively impacted our bottom line in terms of primary care.
Absolutely. Trying to stay within my 5-minute allotment, my rush presentation. The main factors contributing to that, to the lack of primary care, as I see it in our community, is one, we're basing a number on we've never had a full complement of primary care physicians for the number of population that we have in Sault Ste. Marie. So we've never been in a position to offer primary care to everyone in our community. 2 being our increased population here in Algoma District. Another one, an increased age as well in the complexity of medical issues of patients. And then another one is in the last, I would say approximately 5 years, we've seen a shift in family medicine trained physicians moving to practices more hospital-based or community-based, but without rostering patients. So that being a hospitalist program, providing inpatient medicine consult care, our post-acute care floor at the hospital, emergency medicine department. They're now becoming ER physicians. They're providing care in our nursing homes. So all really great, fulfilling great needs in our community, just not rostering patients in the traditional primary care setting.
And when is the last time we were able to successfully recruit a family medicine practitioner?
That was rostering patients in an outpatient
Yes,
clinic.
yes.
1 year ago.
Okay. And have you seen noticeable decline in the number of people going into family practice? Over you've been with the program, I think 12 years.
Absolutely a huge decline in people going into family medicine, or even the residents that we have even training with us in family medicine. Our last graduating class all stayed in Sault Ste. Marie, but none of them were recruits that were primary care outpatient office.
So fewer or significantly less interest in family medicine as a stream of medical practice.
Correct. Enhanced skills seem to be a term I hear a lot.
And we had talked about your budget, so I just want to remark, we did increase your budget last year, correct?
Correct. It
Yes.
was 220 and it was increased to 300.
Okay, well, that's hopefully a good trend for future years. And then you had responded to Councillor Caputo's inquiry about keeping track of students who are local. How do you encourage people to let you know of names? I know I've sent you names as I come across them, but do you invite that? Can you invite that here?
Absolutely. I can invite that community wide if anyone knows of anyone that's from Sault Ste. Marie that's been accepted into any medical school internationally, nationally, Awesome University, whatever it might be. Please do. Okay.
Do that.
Would like to.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Best way to engage with those learners is to engage with them very early on in their medical education. And Dr. Heinzman's helping me do that this week with our summer studentship program. So we are planning a social event tomorrow night for those students. So really bringing them into our community and immersing them in our medical communities is the huge aspect of that.
Thank you. And I was just to Councillor Scott's question when he asked about established positions relocating home. I was a little bit surprised Dr. Heinzman didn't pop in because he's the foremost example of that after having a well-established career in South and Southern Ontario, moving back home. So we're happy to have you, Dr. Heinzman.
Thank you, Ms. It's a pro and a con, right? Because it took me a long time to relocate home, not because I thought about the Soo all the time. I tell you get life moves on. You get various. You have your with children, with your family, and there's many good reasons to stay put. It's a big decision to come here, but it's took me a long time sooner. Which brings me to another point I think to make. The more we train, we get first students. That's all gonna, but if you train 10 a year, you get first chance. If you train 20 a year, you got first chance at 20, right? There's a lot of evidence to show that people tend to stay close to train. It's their comfort. Started families, they have a spouse, they have relationships, physicians value all these things. So there will probably be opportunities like a couple maybe as counselors in terms of strategic investment, future growth along with our partners. So just remember that when we train more, get that up to really get.
It's exactly why, Dr. Heinzman, that this council invested in the Nawsum University RFP for third campus or a learning campus or whatever it is that we can have, because I think the evidence from Nawsum U shows that in each of the communities where they have campuses, Thunder Bay and Sudbury, they retain a higher percentage of those students than anywhere else across the north. So we want to have our place in that, in those statistics. So,
Mr. Mayor, I think it was a very forward.
well, thanks for Sioux Area Hospital's investment in that as well. Seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, thank you to you both.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
That will bring us to the consent agenda, and I have been asked by Councillor Scott to accept agenda item 7.5 from the consent.
Council, there's 6 minutes till the hockey game. Anyone have any questions? Councillor Vezo-Allen.
On item 7.7, the RFP for the playground equipment. And this came via the accessibility committee and call from parents. So I want to make that clear. So whomever can answer, in terms of the RFP, I did notice that it's not full rubber surfacing. And in the diagram where the accessible swing is, it's wood chip and not the rubber surface. So in terms of receiving bids, did you receive any bids that had the full rubber surfacing on the playground?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, there was a bid that was full rubber surfacing. It was beyond budget in consultation with other municipal partners and Diane Morel from the Accessibility Committee. The combination of the solid surfacing and the wood fiber does provide an accessible option to the full playground. This playground at Westwood and Parkland before the change were zero accessible. With this playground being put into place, there is path network that'll get you from the parking lots to the playground structure itself and allow to have access to the full site.
Okay, if you do take a look at the diagram provided though, I would just caution that it's wood chip underneath the accessible swing and not the rubber. So I know that's really important for all of our families. So so we just wanted some clarification as to why there was not going to be full rubber. And I see Susan's going to, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, I do understand that the proponent will certainly work with a staff and potentially it's just basically the percentage of rubber mat that I think is applicable. So,
okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone else on 7.7? Mr. Vezo-Allen, any other items on consent?
That is it.
Other councillors with items on consent? Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. 7.14, I just wanted to acknowledge the great work done by staff on getting this funding to just really keep moving the ball on this Gateway site. I think it's really important that each council that you and I have been a part of have taken a bite out of one of the ecosystem of issues at this spot. And every year, we've managed to keep moving the ball a little bit further along to hopefully see development there one day. And I think that getting this funding is a really important piece of that. So thank you very much to all who participated.
Absolutely. Kudos to the team there. That's really good news for the future hopes on the Gateway site. Councillor, it's on 7.14, Councillor Bruni? Councillor Caputo on 7.14? No. Okay, so we'll go Councillor Bruni. Other items on consent? Or sorry, let me go first. Councillor Dufour, other items on consent? Okay, Councillor Dufour.
Yeah, 7.13, the YMCA agreement. I'm just hoping that the YMCA comes to council and does a presentation regarding what their goals are for 2025 and 2026, et cetera. I think it would be good for our councillors to know, please. And also, I believe there's an open house this Wednesday at the YMCA. If councillors want to visit the Y, it's open.
Mr. Lamming or Mr. Vare, any sense of whether or not we could arrange for Y to be here and give an update on their couple-year plan?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can ask the Y to attend at the next council meeting. And if it may take a quick second, I'd really like to stress, they've asked the public, it's critical. We want to really enforce that to the public and businesses to get out, to get memberships, to support the Y, to make this successful in the short term and the long term.
Thank you. Councillor Caputo on 713. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lamming, can you update us? I know it says up around 1,500 memberships have been purchased. Is that still accurate as of today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, that is correct.
Okay.
Just shy of 1,500. Yeah.
Okay, and where do we need them to be sustainable? I think I read in the last report that they were around 3,000 memberships prior to all this happening. And then, but 4,500 prior to COVID. And I believe I read that that was the number that we wanted to see them at to be sustainable. Is that the aim?
You're Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo. Before they announced the closure, the number was 2,800. When they closed, they needed to zero their membership back out. And then so they're restarting that. They've driven back almost 1,500. They need to be at 2,400 in the short term. So 900, another 1,000 members have to sign up to make it to a sustainable level. So that's kind of the critical piece right now, is it needs to get back to that level before they close to make sure things continue.
So am I understanding correctly that if they don't get about 1,000 more memberships, all of the deal will just fall apart?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, there needs to be upward trending in the membership growth with respect to individuals and businesses. So now time is of the essence. Really, the community stepped up before. We saw that call of the people that got involved and really promoting why to save the Y. We know why, but now it's time for the individuals of Sault Ste. Marie that want to support the Y to get individual memberships, business memberships. There's lots of opportunities from healthy living for businesses to pay half the memberships, things like that could really help right now save the Y.
Are you aware of a plan that they have? Like what are they doing to drive memberships?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, they're working in partnership with Northeast Regional right now on their marketing strategy to drive memberships, also with Y Ontario and Y Canada. So they have launched a plan. You should probably be seeing more. They have started some on social media, but they do have some avenues to be working the membership drive. And they also have a committee that'll be identifying certain businesses to call to try to drive memberships as well.
Okay. Just a comment from me. I hope to see this happen. I hope to see they get their 1,000 more, however many more they need. I don't see a lot happening. As I stated when they were here, we didn't get a lot of answers from them. We still have them, which is neither here nor there, I guess. I think that ship has sailed, but I would like to see, and I think the public would like to see some more effort in really capitalizing on what those 3,000 folks have done for the YMCA. So it's not directed at you. You don't have to comment, but I just want to, if anyone from the YMCA is watching, I'm hoping to see more, and really reiterate how important the YMCA is from them, because I'm only hearing it from other agencies, the city, the DSAB, whatever. I really want to see some YMCA participation. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I believe to Mr. Lamming, if not perhaps to CEO Ver, but either or, I guess. Perhaps Mr. Lamming, you're best suited to answer some of the questions. I think you said 2,400 members in the short term. What's the long term?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, by the end of the year, we'd like to be back up to at least, I said the Y needs to be back up to that level pre-closure of 2,800. We need some trending back towards the 2,400 to make the numbers work. And then from there, some growth. This is really a key time of bridging the gap for the next 5 years to have a future build, but you need that time frame to get there. So the membership needs to get back to pre-closure levels.
Okay, so 2,400 by the end of 2024,
2,400 in the near term, 2,700 by the end of the year.
2,700. Okay, and then the long term, the number 45 or 4,600 sticks in my head is something that we talked about, and I thought it needed to be done by the time this agreement was reached. Is it still 4,600? Has that changed? Is that even attainable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that was a number that they were at in the good times, pre-COVID. And so that once upon a time, years ago, they were at 7,000. Pre-COVID, they were about 44,000 or so, 4,500. That's where that number came from. But for now, for the numbers to work, we need them to trend upwards of close to 1,000 members, 900, and by the end of the year, around 2,700, 2,800 members.
Okay, and what does it, so at per the dates that have been provided here, this closing date, August 6th, what would the membership have to be at by then? Is that the 24 or is that fluid maybe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, this will have to be in effect when we return back. We'll see where the numbers land, and there's also a capital campaign, so there'll be a recommendation being made for the next council meeting on July 15th, I believe it is.
Okay, and so what happens if they don't reach their targets?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we would advise council as such.
Okay, thank you. And then council would have to make that the decision at that point, whether we proceed or not.
That's right.
To support, I mean, okay. Last time we talked, I'm sorry, it wasn't the last time we talked about this, was I think the first time we talked about this. The 500 up to 505,000 was talked about. And I know it was myself personally that mentioned, I wanted to see them do some work to bring that number down. I don't want the taxpayers, in my opinion, to have to pay for that up to 505,000. To your knowledge, I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything. To your knowledge, have they done anything at all to help reduce that burden?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, yes, they're working together with a consultant on the boiler solution. They're looking at ways to not necessarily replace or repair all 5 boilers to a brand new status. And they're looking at some innovative ways to best use of money for 5 years, like we would maintain a building that we know that's going to be replaced. So if there's savings there, that would be reported back to council.
Okay, so that's ways they're trying to find efficient. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Pierce, sorry.
I was just going to further to Mr. Lamming's comments. I was going to say they have formed a committee, capital committee, that's going out approaching businesses to ask for donations. So part of that work would involve, capital campaign from businesses to support capital costs. That would have the potential to bring down the 505.
Okay, so I guess a 2-part question. There was. You talked about ways they could reduce the amount needed through, some kind of efficiencies that they'd be doing inside, but they'd still be coming back to the taxpayers for whatever amount of money they need in that circumstance. So even if they reduce it by 100,000, they would still be coming to us for up to 405.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then to your point, Mr. Ver, they're just starting a capital campaign now, a month and a bit into this, or I sure hope it was started a long time ago. Capital campaigns take a lot of work.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I don't know the start date. I know they have a capital committee that's approaching businesses to ask for donations.
And they have about 30 days. Okay. Do we have a contingency plan if they do not meet any of these targets? I'm with Councillor Caputo. I haven't seen movement really much at all, so I am growing increasingly concerned. Do we have a contingency plan, or are we working on a contingency plan if they don't meet their targets?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, certainly staff's working closely with members of the YMCA and the committee that's around that. And that's something we would come to council with on July 15th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Other councillors on 713? Seeing none, Councillor. Who are we on? Sorry, Caputo?
Is anyone here from Rotary?
I believe so.
No, that's okay. Then I have nothing.
Okay. Other councillors with questions on consent? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
I have a motion by Councillor Spina and Gardy, resolved that all items listed under date June 24, 2024, agenda item 7, consent agenda, save and accept agenda item 7.5 be approved as recommended.
All in favor? That carries.
And agenda item 7.5 is the RFP for white goods and scrap metal recycling for Public Works. It's a motion by Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Scott, do you want to second it, or?
And Councillor Hollingsworth's lost connection.
Councillor Duper. And
Another seconder, Counselor Spina.
resolved that the report of the manager of purchasing dated June 24, 2024, concerning white goods and scrap metal recycling as required by Waste Management Public Works be received, and that the proposal for the services be awarded to American Iron and Metal at the return rates quoted.
Counselor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked for this to be pulled simply because I've been dealing with AIM in a negative light for might be years now. They didn't even have the respect of the neighbors, I would say, in the area that they're dealing with, to show up to any of the community meetings that we've held. Constantly evasive when it comes to feedback from the neighbors about noise and concerns with the transports and the roads and traffic. If that's any representation of how they'll do business with us, I really don't think that this is something we should be entering into. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Scott. Other counselors, questions or concerns on 7.5, Counselor Gardy?
Sure, I can just echo Counselor Scott's comments. The surrounding neighbors been working with E&I, the Ministry of the Environment, and city staff for a few years to kind of quell what's going on there. We don't seem to get much of any cooperation. So for those reasons, and those that Councillor Scott mentioned, I'm going to be supporting him with this. Thanks.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Karen, if I don't know who's here that might know the answer to this, but or if you can give it to me, what is the difference between the two bids that were put in?
I think you meant Karen Marlowe, but as the other Karen who's here, perhaps you can answer.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, I'm not part of the procurement process, so I don't know.
Okay, maybe that's good information for us to have. If Councillor Scott and Councillor Gardy have issues with this and there's issues within the neighborhood, I would be in favor of deferring this if it's possible until we know the other number. And if the other number is not far off, perhaps council wants to award it to another. Like I don't know the answer, but I think without that information, it makes it difficult.
We've got CFO Shell that
Oh, sorry.
have some information that might help us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, because this is an RFP and not a tender, it's not based on lowest price only. There's other factors that were considered, and there was a matrix in which both proponents were scored on. So the highest proponent would be the one that was suggested in this. And typically with RFPs, we don't disclose that information because of the matrix that's used.
And I think that if I can perhaps summarize Councillor Scott and Councillor Gardy's concerns, which I share, the matrix certainly would not have factored in the cooperation or lack thereof that we've received from AIM over several years. In fact, I think that the problem has gotten worse and not better out there, even despite council's efforts to try and rein in to the extent possible, although this is firmly within the wheelhouse of the MOE to regulate. We have been asked, because of their lack of doing anything, to attempt to help the neighbors, which we've faced little success at doing because of, I would say, a lack of cooperation from the company. So, I support Councillor Gardy and Councillor Scott's position on this. I can't support the request to award this RFP. Other questions, council? So we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Opposed? That fails. So, Mr. Beer?
Yeah, Council, I think I just wanted to, so we had a procurement process to select a vendor for this. I think what we would maybe need to do, so I was trying to get your attention is defer so staff can report back and look into what happens next. Because if we have a legitimate business that has submitted a proposal and scored within this process, we have to go back and evaluate the terms of that procurement and report back to council in terms of what could be next steps. This matter.
Think at this point, council's not awarding the RFP. So while I think that we will need a subsequent report on what we're going to do about this particular service that's been requested, Mr. Ver, which is the goods and scrap metal recycling services. You may need some future direction from council on that, but I think at this point, council's direction is that we're not awarding this RFP. So whatever they were going to be doing with the recycled and scrap metal services is not going to be happening for the time being. Yes, Ms. Fields.
I would recommend that we defer it till the next one rather than vote on it. Then it is a reconsideration. And if we defer it, then we can take a look at the documents, because I'm not sure what the documents, the tender documents, and whether the bidders agree to waive liability if they're not awarded the contract when they're the proponent that's recommended by purchasing.
Madam Clerk, the vote was taken.
Yes, and it was that it was defeated. However, I can cancel that and change it to postponed if it's the will of council.
Council? Councillor Scott, or sorry, Councillor Gardy, Councillor Vizualan. Are you looking to are you moving to postpone it as opposed to defeat it? No, okay. Councillor Vizualan, postpone. Councillor Caputo, it's a question.
Is there a legal implication to us turning this down right now? Is that why you're advising us not to do that?
I think she's saying you're not sure.
I'm not sure until I see the documents. If they haven't agreed to waive liability in their tender, then would be liability that flows from it.
Okay, so then I'm in favor to defer it.
Postpone. Okay, so you're seconding the postponement.
Yes.
The postponement, I think, will have to pass by a 2/3 majority, just given the way this is unfolded. But that was probably my fault for not looking far enough left here as Mr. Fair was trying to get my attention. So all in favor of postponing the matter? Okay, that carries.
Okay, then that will take us to agenda item 9.1. Cleanup of waterfront and marinas. I have a motion by councillors Spina and Hollingsworth, whereas the waterfront and local marinas are an important part of our community, and whereas garbage, plastic waste, discarded cigarette butts, and other debris find their way into our water systems by various means, including littering, blowing winds, and accidental means. And whereas it is said that 8 million tons of plastic waste end up in our oceans every year, and it is incumbent on us to protect our local water systems to keep them clear of garbage, plastic waste, cigarette butts, and other debris. And whereas the waterfront and marinas in Sault Ste. Marie are often prone to collecting garbage, plastic waste, cigarette butts, and other debris that floats in the water systems, causing potential damage to the ecosystem. And whereas sea bins are floating trash skimmers that take in debris and trash-filled water through a pump to retain the trash in a catch bag while returning clean water to the waterway. And whereas sea bins are a known product that, when used strategically, can help to keep garbage out of the environment by intercepting trash that has made its way into the water ecosystem. And whereas oceansplastic.cleanup.com advises that sea bins can help capture approximately 3.9 kilograms of trash per day, or 1.4 tons per year, eliminating the waste from our waterways to help protect our environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be requested to review the process of installing sea bins at local marinas and strategic waterfront areas and report back with a plan to implement the installation before the end of the 2024 season.
Madam Clerk, Councillor Caputo has agreed to second that motion. Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty excited about this idea. I think it's a great opportunity for us. My wife will attest to the fact that we're often running downtown on our local waterfront, and I'm often seen jumping the guardrail to get into the water's edge and pick up something that has been floating in the water, whether it be a bag or cans or something like that, to throw it in the nearby garbage bins. Now, in no way, shape, or form do I think people are actually throwing these items into our waterfront. I think they're blowing in from different areas, and I think they're probably blowing in a lot from overflowing garbage cans that are in the area. And of course, this happens on a normal basis as, the winds change in our community. This is a great way for us to keep our waterways clear, keep our waterfront beautiful, and not really have to invest a lot of man hours into it. We can have these things strategically placed somewhere on our waterfront and really keep it clean and beautiful for the rest of the people who are coming to visit and people locally who are enjoying it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. I'll go to Councillor Caputo as the seconder and then Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second this. I think it's a great idea to do this, and it's pretty cost effective. I think it will be anyway. And any way that we can keep our waterways clean, I am very, very in favor of. And if it doesn't take up very many woman hours either, I would be happy to support it.
Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shouldn't council be asking for the cost of this before implementing it before the 2024 season? There's no mention of cost. Like, do we know what it costs to CBIN and how much it costs to empty the containers? Like Public Works, would they come back? Shouldn't we be asking for a cost instead of just implementing CBINs and there? Just asking.
Perhaps Councillor Spina, as the drafter of it, can advise on the last paragraph there.
Thank you. And yeah, I think the intent anyway on the last paragraph does say, request a review of the process of installing them and report back to us with a plan for implementation. I would, in my opinion, believe that includes costs. So I'd be very, very happy to have a friendly amendment to add the words that my colleague has mentioned about bringing back to the cost as well before implementation, I guess would be the best way to put it. The plan and cost before implementation. My intent was to have the plan and cost come back before the end of 2024, recognizing they probably wouldn't be able to be installed this year anyway.
Councillor Bruni, satisfied?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor? That carries.
Item 9.2, bike valets. It's a motion by councillors Caputo and Spina. Whereas bike valets provide a secure supervised areas to leave bicycles, and whereas the Soo Moves plan aims to help make it easier to walk or bike in the city, providing residents and visitors with new ways to connect with the community at a human scale, and whereas many people cite bike theft as a reason they do not bike to destinations in the downtown, and whereas according to Square One Insurance Services, bicycle thefts increased by 429% in Victoria, Vancouver, Calgary, Regina, Winnipeg, Toronto, and Montreal. And whereas quality of life is listed as a pillar in the city's strategic plan, and increasing the opportunity to safely bike within our city increases quality of life advantages while also contributing to having vibrant downtown areas. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to research and report back on a pilot project of bike valets in key downtown areas in Sault Ste. Marie during summer months.
Much, Mr. Mayor. I am really happy to bring this forward on behalf of some cycling enthusiasts, namely Andre Repel, who I spoke to. He informed me about these bike valets. What I loved about it is that it's really tailored for anyone to use. It's actually encouraged me to purchase a new bike. I am getting one with a baby seat on the back and a little bucket on the front so that I can bike to the Sioux Market and, hopefully be able to use that bike valet. But I really want to make folks feel safe in the downtown. Safe personally, but also have their items feel safe. Bikes right now are the cost of them is astronomical. And leaving, a 2 or 3 or 5 or 10, I'm looking at Councillor Spina, $1,000 bike, just sort of chained to a pole. It doesn't seem to work as well as it used to. And so I think this is a great way for the city to show that we're really serious about our active transportation and that we want to see more folks downtown. And perhaps this will help with the parking dilemma as well. So hopefully we can get support and see these come to life.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Spina?
I can't really add much to that. Happy to support it. I think it's a good plan, good idea for folks.
Any other councillors? Seeing none, all in favor? Carries.
Agenda item 9.3, the Ronald A. Urban Civic Center 7th floor space. It's moved by Councillor Venezuelan, Councillor Hollingsworth was seconder. Councillor Gardy. So motion, whereas the Ronald A. Urban Civic Center is located on our waterfront, and whereas the property hosts beautiful views of our river and surrounding naturescape, and whereas the property has panoramic views from its 7th floor, and whereas vacant space exists on the property, and whereas the city currently holds third-party leases with several businesses on its properties, including the Icebreaker Bar and Grill at the John Rhodes Community Center. And whereas much consultation and consideration is currently underway to improve and develop economically our most treasured asset, and whereas multiple celebrations and events have been held in the existing spaces at the Ronald A. Urban Civic Center, and whereas the potential to have a multi-use event space available to public enterprise has not been examined, now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to undertake an inspection of the 7th floor space and bring a report to council regarding a possible business plan to create a commercial space within the Ronald A. Urban Civic Center.
Councillor Venezuelan?
Thank you. I've had quite a few constituents ask me, what are we doing with the 7th floor? So I can't take full credit. People have been asking, is there like, it's such a beautiful place and why don't you activate it more? Why aren't you doing something with the 7th floor? There are some limitations. The elevator just goes to the 6th floor and then there is a stairwell. However, in part of that potential business plan with bringing in a third-party lease, if we give that third party a 5-year lease, they could apply for enabling accessibility funds and different accessibility funds that come forward to look at solutions in making that space more accessible. I also think it really ties into what we're doing in terms of, trying to find alternative revenue sources, but also, it is a space that is unlike it's any in the community. And I think it's unfortunate that it's just sitting vacant, except for perhaps people going up there to have their lunch. So I'm hopeful that staff can find some creative solutions in that space. But yes, there are some limitations because of the elevator just going to the 6th floor. But I think that's something that we can, definitely find some solutions for. And I'm looking for support on council. And I think it really ties into what we're doing in terms of monetizing our waterfront, growing opportunities in our community for tourism and attraction. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Venezuelan. Councillor Gardy?
I don't have anything else to say. I think it's a good idea, and let's see what we find out.
Thank you. Other councillors? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries.
And agenda item 9.4, a motion by councillors Venezuelan and Caputo. Whereas in our community and many others, the populations of those who are homeless or precariously housed have been on the increase, adding pressures on agencies that serve the most vulnerable. And whereas the reality of having access to clean and safe toileting facilities has been identified as a need across our service agencies. And whereas while our city has publicly accessible washrooms at various locations, including Dennis Street Bus Terminal, GFL Memorial Gardens, Downtown Plaza, Roberta Bonder Pavilion, and through our district social services at the Community Resource Center, these facilities are not open or available on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis. And whereas the general public and tourists alike also need access to washroom facilities outside regular business hours of public facilities, and whereas since 1992, vandal-proof self-cleaning toilets have been available in Europe, and whereas in cities such as Montreal, Valemount, BC, and soon Waterloo, Ontario, have public accessible free self-cleaning toilets, now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to research and connect with social services agencies to seek input and plan for possible self-cleaning toilet facilities in our community and provide council with a report, including potential locations, cost, and maintenance responsibilities.
Councillor Vezoellen.
This has been an ongoing conversation for a couple of years. I know when the Plaza plan was underway, a big part of that was that we really don't have a lot of publicly accessible washrooms in the downtown area. I've been talking about this with some of our community partner agencies from both the Community Wellness Bus, folks at Soya, and there is a need for washrooms for our vulnerable community, but as well, there's been some conversations regarding the need for washrooms, especially along the Hub Trail and from the Trail Association. And I know Councillor Spina just ran a very successful 5K, 10K marathon this weekend, and we don't have accessible facilities along the trail other than the porta-johns that were available at the start and end of the race. So I think it's a multifold need. They opened one in Elora at the Hofferman Park in 2023 for, tourists and tourism. And I think it's, it serves both. They are vandal proof. There is a lot of safety features in them, and I'm looking forward to seeing what staff come up. I did get some recommendations through accessibility that the Urban Blue is the one that is probably the most preferred in terms of their research and in terms of accessibility. So looking forward to support on this and for staff. And it's, yes, there is a need, definitely in our homelessness population, but also for folks that are accessing our public trails. There is a need for washroom facilities as well. And I believe we did receive I received an email about someone requesting one at the dog park, because folks are taking their dogs to the dog park, but there's no facilities for their humans. We don't always think of this in the broader scale. So I want to thank Councillor Caputo for bringing this forward. And it has been a very large conversation for a number of years, and hoping that staff can find some solutions for this as well.
Councillor Vezoellen, just before because I see that the vote's open on this, we did get an email to see if we could seek broader input. And I wonder if we could just add that word broader input instead of just social service agencies, the general public, tourism operators, whatever.
Yep. We could add broader. Sure.
Madam Clerk, just in the last paragraph there. Broad input, I guess it would be.
And
broad input. And then seconder, we've got Councillor Caputo. Anything to add to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this for all the reasons that Councillor Vezoellen stated, but also as a mom to a little one, there's a lack of places to bring these little folks. And as many of us sitting around here know, when they have to go, they have to go. So it will be nice for us to offer some more services. I'm hoping that we can do some self-cleaning public toilets. In the event that that is not available, we will not be done. We will come back with something else to bring some kind of facility to the downtown. It is much needed, not only for the little kids, for all the people Councillor Vezoellen mentioned. I've received countless emails from seniors discussing how embarrassing it can be to go knocking on a door, just about ready to pee your pants and there's nowhere to go. That's tough. And in a city, with our resources, that shouldn't be happening to the general public. So, I'm happy to support this and I hope we see council support on it as well.
Mr. Kenick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a comment. So I lived in Europe. I lived in Europe for about 5 years. I used these all across Europe. The one thing that's not mentioned here, they were all paid entry into the toilets. And they're not vandal proof, they're vandal resistance, I would say. And the other thing to say, the one that was installed in the city I was living in the downtown area, it took them about 6 months before they had to shut it down and repair it the first time. Just so we can stay in the realm of realism.
Thank you, Councillor Knick. Being no other questions, all in favor? That carries.
That will bring us to bylaws. I have a motion by Councillors Spina and Scott, resolved that all bylaws under item 12 of the agenda under date June 24, 2024, save and accept bylaw 2024-104 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
And a motion by Councillors Spina and Scott, resolved that this council move into closed session to discuss one item concerning proposed acquisition of land and one item concerning labor relations or employee negotiations. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? That carries.
And a motion by Councillor Spina and Gardy that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries.
Oh, 1-1 now. That's how it's going to go. 1-1.